You've been over this more than just a little bit. You got plenty of bags to sift through. They tell you you're too black, they tell you you're too white, too gay, too much of a woman. They tell you you're too soft, they tell you you're too hard, too smart, too much of another. I had to
Make sure you're born at the right time. Right sun and moon sign with the right genes. Right Fetty with means in the right place. Backyard, plenty space. Right smile sitting on the right face. Right skin tone, right gender, right features. Gotta have a real good preschool teacher and always at the right food. So you be in the right mood and the right mind. So the right folks like you be in the right crowd, right classes, right groups. Get the right grades, right majors, right schools. Gotta always do the right thing righteous. Maybe the right one, have 2.5 kids. Get the right job with the right boss. Put your money in the right bank, in the right stocks. And when you wake up and something seem wrong, then you better find the right one to put the blame on. Yeah.
All you have is your own mind to make your own God, your own love, your own faith. All you have is your own will to create your own God, your own love, your own faith. All you have is your own mind to make your own God, your own love, your own faith. All you have is your own will to create.
Make sure you're born at the right time. Right sun and moon sign with the right genes. Right Fetty with means in the right place. Backyard, plenty space. Right smile sitting on the right face. Right skin tone, right gender, right features. Gotta have a real good preschool teacher and always at the right food. So you be in the right mood and the right mind. So the right folks like you be in the right crowd, right classes, right groups. Get the right grades, right majors, right schools. Gotta always do the right thing righteous. Maybe the right one, have 2.5 kids. Get the right job with the right boss. Put your money in the right bank, in the right stocks. And when you wake up and something seem wrong, then you better find the right one to put the blame on. Yeah.
All you have is your own mind to make your own God, your own love, your own faith. All you have is your own will to create your own God, your own love, your own faith. All you have is your own mind to make your own God, your own love, your own faith. All you have is your own will to create.
and be an engineer sort of full time. And that was kind of a lucky circumstance. Like I had been doing freelance gigs as an engineer on weekends and evenings and holidays and stuff, and playing shows with my band in the same sort of capacity. And then one day I realized that I had enough work on the calendar. I had enough freelance work on my calendar that I could cover my mortgage and my expenses for a couple of months. And I decided then, as soon as I realized I had enough work to keep me busy and cover my expenses, that I decided I was going to quit my job. And in the back of my mind, I always thought if it fell apart, I could just go back to work. But I quit my job and I carried on as a freelance engineer until we built this studio. And now I come here every day and make records here every day.
So two questions. When you say as soon as you kind of got out of town and look for people to collaborate, we're talking about playing with them. You're talking about
Yeah.
recording them.
Well, all of it. I mean, in the underground at the time, there really wasn't a big distinction between different parts of the scene. Like if you were in a band, then by default you also knew the people to call to set up shows, or you also knew a place where you could do rehearsals or whatever. And so everybody was kind of everything. Everybody was a jack of all trades. So I did some like I booked some gigs as a promoter for out of town bands that didn't have a contact in the city. I would sort of act as their agent, and I would set up a show for them in town. I did uh, graphic design for my friends' record sleeves or posters or sort of thing. I worked at the print shop at the university that I was attending. So I had access to things like typesetting and a process camera and a film, and print making and that sort of stuff. So I could make films for an offset printer, or I could do a layout for a poster, or I could do the graphics for an album. And that was all, just sort of part of participating in the scene. Like everybody had some additional skill that they could contribute. So I was in a band, and all my friends were in bands, and I was doing whatever I could to help them out. I knew how to do recording as in a very primitive way. So whenever somebody needed help, wanted a demo of their band or wanted a show recorded or whatever, I was happy to do that. If somebody, I wrote for fanzines, and I could help get like t-shirt. I worked for a while. I worked at a t-shirt screen printing shop, so my friends' bands could get their t-shirts printed by me sort of bootlegging them at the shop that I worked at. I mean, every single person, if you talk to anybody from that era, that is the late 70s, early 80s, every single person was doing many things to be a participant in the scene. And some of them eventually got known or some notoriety for one thing or another, like, oh, this guy became a photographer, or this guy became a singer, or this guy became a club owner or whatever. But everybody was doing everything. Everybody was participating on all levels, and I was no different.
So if to pick up from there, in the jazz world, there's a lot of tales and stories from my mentors about the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, where a producer would basically sit in a booth, read a newspaper, maybe write some liner notes at the best if they were lucky, and um, I think you're among the first generation of producers that kind of took that into a craft. It wasn't just like repertoire. It was something else. Like, and if I think about whatever I think about your sound, there's something that's you one of the very few people that seem to capture a visceral part of the human spirit in the actual.
Well, that's very generous of you, but I have to disagree. I think that there were people who made very flattering, very accurate recordings going back into the 1950s. I mean, if you some of the Folkways documentary recordings, which were very simply done, you know, the Alan Lomax recordings were very simple, very crudely done recordings, but they're incredibly gripping because they're just a naturalistic presentation of people playing music that they were playing for its own sake, you know. Like some of the church music that was recorded then, I think is absolutely incredible. Some of the shape note singing, the sacred harp music, uh, you know, the country gospel stuff, like that music existed, and someone just showed up with a tape recorder and made a recording of it, and those recordings, you know, can break your heart. And that's true with a lot of different things. I don't think that there's anything special about my generation of producer engineers. I was around during a very fertile period. Like I was most active during a period when music was changing very rapidly. The power structure was changing. The independent world was becoming competitive with the mainstream music business in terms of its ability to penetrate into an audience. And you started to see bands being comfortable spending their entire career in the underground and not being concerned about making it or, you know, breaking through to a mainstream audience. And that was an enormous cultural change. Like previously, even the most outsider bands, most extreme, most avant-garde music depended on patronage of some kind, or it depended, or it had the aspiration of one way or another becoming popular, of becoming like, you know, the Velvet Underground wanted to have hit records. They were an odd and experimental band, but they wanted to be successful on commercial terms. And it took punk rock and the ensuing underground to make it clear that you could exist for an entire career in this non-commercial environment. You know, if you watched your P's and Q's and if you kept your expenses reasonable, you could exist in this underground world for an entire career. And that was the inspiration for me and a lot of my peers, other engineers that came up at the same time as me, that became sort of embedded in their local scenes. Guys like Spot in Los Angeles, and Brian Paulson in Minneapolis, and Butch Vig in Madison and Milwaukee, and you know, like in every scene, and Jack and Dino in Seattle, for example, like in every scene, there was a guy who was making himself available to these underground bands and presenting them in a very natural, very flattering way. And all of those people were as lucky in the same way that I was, in that we were around during a very fertile period when there were a lot of bands coming up, and those bands were very distinctive. And if you just opened the microphones and didn't get in the way, you were going to end up with a remarkable record. And so I was the beneficiary of that. I benefited from that tremendously. I worked with a bunch of bands who changed music, and in so doing, I got credit for having recorded a bunch of great records. And I appreciate that. And it's, you know, it's made buying groceries a lot easier. But I'm well aware of the fact that it wasn't me that did that, that it was the whole of a musical community that enabled and engendered this kind of upswell of creativity, and that I was just lucky enough to be one of the guys documenting it. Now, I am incredibly stubborn, which means that I haven't bothered quitting to do another profession afterwards. I've carried on making records, whereas a lot of other people have gotten fed up with it and moved on to something else. So I think my durability and my longevity have something to do with the value of my position. But by and large, I was just very lucky to be making records with a community of musicians who were all very creative and very groundbreaking.
So uh, connecting to what you just said, uh, since you stuck it out and after all these years, nowadays when you're working on a project, what gives you goosebumps in the studio? Like what needs to happen in order for you to go like, ah, this is
So
why I'm doing it.
there's a strange paradox about being an engineer for a living, which is that you get into it because you're so absorbed with music and you're so enwrapped with this idea that music is a form of communication, and the music sort of overwhelms you with this. Someone else's creativity imbues their music, and then their music inflames you, and you're animated by this relationship that you now have with this person, right? So this person has these ideas and they're expressing them, and now you're communing with that person through their music. And that's the magic of listening, right? So that's what gets you involved in it, because that's such a huge rush to be feeling that sensation of communing with somebody else through their ideas and through their music. But then when you're in the studio, you have all of these technical concerns, which are the majority of your job. You have to make sure your signal levels and your signal flow are correct. You have to make sure the sight lines are good. You have to make sure the air conditioner isn't too loud. You have to make sure the headphone system is patched correctly, and this person needs a stool to sit on, and that amplifier is distorting, and okay, now this microphone is maybe the wrong choice. I have to go swap the microphone out. There's just this enormous hurricane of problems that you need to solve one after the other in order to conduct a session, right? And you begin to operate in a kind of a defensive mode, where what you're doing primarily is a technical job. You're just solving these problems. You just want to get through the session and make sure that these people get a recording, and okay, the session has to end at 9 o'clock because this guy has a gig and he's going to leave, but it's 8:45 now and they still don't have a take. So you have all of these concerns that are separate from the music. They're completely separate from the music, but they are super important in the execution of your job, right? And as a result, I find that I am incapable of listening to music while I'm working. I'm incapable of listening to it in the same way that I would if I were to buy a record and go home and put it on. Like, I'm aware of what music is going on, and I can occasionally, in the lulls of the activity, I can occasionally appreciate things about it, and I can make what technical decisions I need to make. But my mind is extremely preoccupied with all of the other things that I have to get right in order to make the session go smoothly. So I just don't get the pleasure of getting wrapped up in the music. And on a so that's it's kind of a cruelty of this profession, is that when you're working on music professionally, you are prevented from enjoying it in the same way that you would as a passive listener or as an enthusiast, just a pure fan, right? Because you have a responsibility to the other people in the room, and to the music itself. You have a responsibility that you need to take seriously. So you have all of these other things that you need to contend with. And I think it's a kind of happy sacrifice on my part, because I know for a fact that I make better records, that I do a better job when I divorce myself from the aesthetics of the music, and I'm not, sitting there blissed out with my eyes closed, like nodding along to the music. But in fact, I'm alert and I'm scanning all the meters and I'm checking all the patches and I'm making sure that everything is working correctly. And I'm aware that the cymbal stand is starting to droop, and I'm going to have to run down there between takes and sort it out. Like I know that I make better records by being alert and aware and not lost in music, as it were. I know that I do a better job. So I'm happy to sacrifice that part of my enjoyment, because the record is going to survive. And, for the next 50 or 100 years, I'll have the opportunity to listen to that music for pleasure. But in the moment, I'm not thinking about it that way. I don't care what kind of music it is. It doesn't even occur to me whether I like it or don't like it. There are things about it that I need to take care of, that I need to do to manifest the music for other people. So the last thing on my mind is, do I like this song? Am I happy about this? Does this music speak to me? That's literally the very last thing on my mind.
So if that's the last thing on your mind, at what point do you say this was a great take, this was a bad take, we have the take, we don't have the take, it's 8:45.
Just a moment here. Hello, electrical. I'm sorry, who? Greg is here. Just a moment. We're not open, but Greg is here. Hold on one second. Greg Norman, you have a call on line 1. Greg Norman, line 1. Sorry, I'm going to put the phone on mute. So a lot of those questions like, is this a good take? Should we do it again? Or, you know, does it sound better if we do it in a minor key? Like a lot of those questions, those are production decisions, which are, that's not my ballpark. That's just not my responsibility. I can, and I do defer those decisions to the people whose names are on the record, you know, the band, the people whose music it is. I would defer all of those decisions to them. If they need help making a decision, like if they are on the horns of a dilemma about something and they need to make a decision, I may have an opinion, but most of the time I don't have an opinion. Like, you know, is this take better than that take? Most of the time I won't have an opinion. You know, should it be faster? Should it be slower? Most of the time I won't have an opinion about that because it's not my music. I don't have the creative background that, you know, like I didn't do the 100 gigs that led up to the moment where they decided to write this song. I didn't have the life experience that put you in the frame of mind to write this song. So I'm not qualified really to make those kind of decisions. But I do my best to help the band make those decisions for themselves so that they can feel proud that they are the author of all of those moments, that they are responsible for everything that's on their record. And it sounds like I'm dodging the question, like,
No.
But in all honesty, like if it's, you know, I make 100 records a year, and if on one of those records they played the song 2 BPM faster or 2 BPM slower, I would not have a preference. I would not be able to say, oh, this one is better, that one is worse, right? But for someone in the band who has said, you know, for 6 months, this song feels too slow to me, I want to play it faster, he will definitely have a preference for the faster one. And I think there's no reason for me, from my ignorant position, for me to force myself to form an opinion about something that I am not invested in. Whereas the people who are in the band, they're going to be invested in those decisions.
I have a friend who's out of mind celebrity chef in Tel Aviv. He refers to himself as a cook. And the guy can't even walk down the street. So what I'm getting here is, do you actually see yourself as an engineer, and or is it just humility?
Oh, no. I'm an engineer. I'm not a producer. People have given me credit as a producer on their records, and that's just because they lacked the language to describe some facilitation that I did. But from a technical standpoint, all the decisions on every record that I've made, all of the ultimate decisions about how the music is going to be presented, what the instrumentation is, you know, the pacing, the decoration, the drama, all of those decisions are made by the band. I'm just here to help. So I don't really qualify as a producer. I mean, there have been a few instances where someone has needed help in a specific spot, like, can you find us a string arranger? Okay, yeah, I can find a string arranger, you know, that sort of thing. But I definitely have no ambitions to be a producer. It's not something that I want to do, I don't want to sit in the chair and tell other people what to do about making a record. That just doesn't appeal to me at all.
And getting them a string arranger, to what extent does that go? Like, do you ever work with just solo artists and then you get them the rhythm section? Is that your crew, or is it like, or you just work with bands?
That has happened a very small number of times, but typically that's someone who has the music arranged already and just needs musicians. Like, they have an arrangement, they just need people to execute it. There are occasionally people that I've worked with who have very skeletal ideas, and but they don't know people who can help them with those arrangements. So I have made introductions to people, and they've ended up making relationships that have lasted a very long time. The Japanese band Mono, for example, I've done half a dozen records with them, and their composer Taka wanted a string section for one of several pieces of music on an album. So I introduced him to a string arranger in Chicago, a woman named Susan Vels, and Susan Vels and Taka have now become a very dynamic partnership. Like they have written 5 albums together where they have collaborated quite intensely on the symphonic arrangements that goes along with their music. And I'm happy to have made that introduction. I'm happy to be responsible for the two of them meeting each other, but I didn't do that. They did that. All I did was give one person a phone number. So
So if I'm playing along with your melody and treating you as an engineer, how many mics is too many? How many mics is too little? Room mics, drum mics, separate rooms. What do you think?
the number of microphones is not really critical to me. I think working in the analog domain, you tend to collapse things into the minimum number of tracks that you can comfortably use. And I think that's a very good protocol regardless. Like in a typical tracking session, I might have 16 or 18 microphones on the drum kit, just to accommodate all the different parts of the drum kit. But in terms of tracks on tape, that might only take up 6 or 8 tracks on the multi-track. So there may be 2 microphones on the bass drum, but I'll find a balance between those 2 microphones and I'll print that balance as a single track rather than keeping all of the microphones separate. The same with the snare drum. There may be 2 microphones on the snare drum. I'll find a balance between those 2 microphones and I'll commit to it and print that as a single track. I use the top and bottom pairs on tom-toms, and again, I'll balance those pairs to a single track. And in some cases, in a very elaborate drum kit where there are many, many drums, I will use close mics on individual pieces, but I'll turn that into a stereo image, which will then be recorded on 2 tracks as opposed to having 36 tracks for all of each, wind chime and woodblock and timbale. There will be a sort of a stereo panorama of all of the drum kit, but it'll be recorded as a stereo track rather than as individual instruments. And I do the same for guitar amplifiers. Like on a guitar amplifier, I might use 2 or 3 microphones on the amplifier, but I'll find a balance of those microphones and commit to that balance. Or if a guitar player is using 2 or 3 amplifiers for his basic sound, I may make a stereo group which has a composite sound of that hybrid amplifier, rather than have multiple microphones on different cabinets for different amplifiers. So you end up with 10 or 12 tracks for a single guitar performance. That's just too cumbersome. And in the analog domain, you don't have the real estate on the tape machine to do that. You don't have infinite tracks. So your hand is slightly forced. And I find that a very practical, very worthwhile approach in any case. I feel like having fewer decisions to make at the end of the process means that you can make better quality decisions. Whereas if you have infinite choices available all the time, you're always going to be in this sea of decision making where you never have any confidence in anything.
Another question about that. What's your take on separating the band, not separating the band, same room, not same room, separations within one room?
I think the physical separation is less significant than the temporal separation. And by that I mean, if you have musicians that are used to playing together as a group, they're used to playing on stage together or in rehearsal together, then you get the most natural performance from them if you allow them to play together, as opposed to having the drummer play to a click track and then overdubbing a bass guitar and then overdubbing a rhythm guitar and overdubbing, the keyboard parts and overdubbing the accent guitars and overdubbing the solos and overdubbing the little decorative parts. If you just let them play the song, generally speaking, the performances are more natural sounding and they interact with each other in a way that allows the personality of the group to come through. There's a friend of mine, Tim Midget, had an observation that you can have the greatest session musicians in the world and you listen to the music that they play and you can't identify who is playing. Um, but you can listen to 30 seconds of a band that is practiced and rehearsed and plays well together, like James Brown's band, the Famous Flames, or AC/DC or the Ramones. You can listen to a fraction of a second of one of those bands and you can hear the identity of that band just from the cohesion of the way they play together. You can hear there's a particular rhythmic emphasis when you know Chic, for example, as a very good example, like that rhythm section played together like a clock, you know, or Parliament. That band was, they were used to playing gigs that would spread on for hours. So they had hours and hours and hours every week of playing together as a group. You can listen to 10 seconds of a group like that and you can tell instantly who it is because their personality comes through in the way they play together, right? So if you have a band like that that has a personality that they have developed from rehearsing together, from playing and performing together, the thing that you can do that is the most respectful, that is the most honest, the most honorable to their identity, is to let them play together. And that doesn't mean they have to all be huddled around each other in one room, but that means that they need to be playing simultaneously and they need to be able to see each other and react to each other and communicate, freely and naturally communicate with each other. There really is no way to simulate that tightness, the emphasis that you get when a band is all looking at each other and they're visually and sort of musically synchronized. So that's my preference, is always to try to allow the band to play naturally, play the way they would every day in rehearsal or on stage.
Even if that's through a glass, or it just doesn't really matter to
Yeah,
you?
I mean, a pane of glass doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, you know that in the jazz world, when we were on tour, we basically play games of trying to identify. That's Reggie working with Coltrane, or is that Jimmy Cobb with Miles, or is that Philly Joe? So that truly resonates for us. Just to have that lock within a rhythm section, which is why Led Zeppelin never really worked with another drummer afterwards. So another question: when you decide to work with a group, what do you look for? What do you when they send you tapes? What are you looking for to hear?
I'm genuinely not very selective. I know it sounds kind of cheap, but basically, if someone calls and they're serious about wanting to make a record, and I can have time on the schedule, I'm happy to do it. I'm just not that picky. There are few very specific things, like if somebody has a reputation for being a very difficult client, like they have caused trouble at other studios, or they have a bad reputation for um, being abusive, or if they're politically suspect or something like that, then I might say no. But those things come up so rarely that it's really an insignificant number. Basically, if you want me to work on your record, call the number that you find on Google, and if we have time on the calendar, buckle in.
And that's an ethical standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I consider what I do to be a service to the musical community. I'm a lot of my aesthetics and a lot of my ethics are developed from my experiences in the punk scene and in the underground. And in that environment, in that scene, my friends who were all in these, ugly, unskilled punk bands, they might try to go to a studio to get a recording, and if they weren't welcomed by the recording engineer there or by the people there, I thought that was unreasonable. I thought that those people were being unreasonable to like dismiss a clientele just because you don't understand the music or because they're not part of your scene or whatever. So I'm happy to take a shot at anything anybody wants me to do.
And your ethics have always been a very like there's it's kind of legendary that you would never take royalty points. You just showed us that the story about you always picking up the phone is actually real, which is amazing. And that is usually not the case with people. The my dad has a saying that the more successful they become, the less interesting they become.
Well, there it just depends on what your ambitions are. Like some people, their ambition was to move up in the industry and become a player in the industry, where you go from being like the local guy that does sound at the club and does demo recordings for the local bands, to then you become a name producer, and then you become a record executive. And at every stage, what you're trying to do is you're trying to get away from the sort of street level musicians. You're trying to insulate yourself more and more from the sort of street level of the music scene. And I've just never had those ambitions. I've always been part of the street level music scene. I'm in a band, my band goes on tour in a van, and we play clubs all over the world. Uh, it's exactly the same for me now as it was 30 years ago, 40 years ago, you know. Uh, in that sense, I'm part of the musical community in the same way. I don't have the ambition to remove myself from it. I'm happy to be embedded in the musical underground, and I'm happy to be a part of it. So uh, there's no advantage to me to insulate myself from these people that I think of as comrades and as peers. You know, I'm happy to answer the phone because that means that I get to talk directly to somebody and I'll be able to answer their questions immediately. Whereas if there was a manager involved and I had to, you know, the all the conversation would have to be filtered through several different people, it's easy for things to get misunderstood then. Whereas if I'm just talking to somebody on the phone, then, you know, they ask me a question, I answer it, and we're done.
Uh, Speaking of ethical viewpoints, with the past pandemic, it's very clear that streaming services have been fucking us up the ass for a while now.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's always been amazing to me that, for example, the print world kind of resisted selling all the rights for everyone for whatever everyone's paying. Um, and since you have always been very opinionated, but also keeping to analog, how do you see this moving forward?
well, the physical sales of records is how people build a collection for themselves, for a long-term collection of their music. They might have a library on their phone of what they're listening to at the moment, but what people are serious about keeping in their lives forever, eventually they're going to buy a record, you know. So that's one thing. The streaming services are just a sort of a convenience at the moment. They're a way for music to be heard without any commitment. Like you don't have to commit to actually buying a record in order to hear it, you know. And I think that the streaming services are a kind of intermediate phase in digital distribution, in the same way that the CD was an intermediate phase between the LP and streaming. And I think streaming services are a kind of an intermediate phase between the local library that you have on your phone versus the sort of global library that the streaming services are maintaining and maintain a kind of protective envelope over, versus a kind of free access, which ultimately I think is what's inevitably going to be the resolution of this. Is there's going to be a means for you to access any music from any point in history without having to pay anybody. That's the ultimate resolution of this, and the streaming services are a kind of a stopgap before we get to that point. And yeah, the way their businesses are structured is obviously, you know, it's the game is rigged in favor of the administration of the game. The game is not going to ever be beneficial to the day-to-day players, the day-to-day people who put their music up on the streaming services, which is why I suggest that people don't depend on that as a source of income. Like once in a while, you'll get lucky and you'll have a piece of music that's on a playlist that becomes popular and you'll make some money from some streams. But most of the time, your income is going to come from other places. It's going to come from licensing your music. It's going to come from live performance. Um, During the pandemic, the live performance venues have all closed down and that avenue's gone. But things like physical sales of merchandise, physical sales of records, the licensing of music to films and other uses, like all those are still there. So yeah, I think the way I think of the streaming services is sort of like radio. In the 70s and the 80s, if a song was very popular on the radio and was played as a worldwide hit and was played everywhere in the world, there would be a small amount of record of royalties earned by the radio play. Most of the money was made by the royalties of the selling of the records, and an additional fortune was made from touring. But radio did provide some income. And I think of streaming in the same way. Like streaming provides some income, but you don't really have the kind of monolithic hits that you used to in the 70s and 80s. In the 70s and 80s, there might only be 2 radio stations in your town. And so if there was a song played at 8 o'clock, everybody heard the same song. And that's not true anymore. That's just not the case now. Everyone is listening to their own private menu of things that they like themselves. And so as a result, everything is extremely diffuse and you don't have these like worldwide sensations. Occasionally something goes viral and then for a week, everybody's listening to Gangnam Style or something, you know, but there isn't really the sense of hit radio like there used to be. Like when I was growing up, I knew every song by Aerosmith because they were played on the radio constantly. I was not an Aerosmith fan, but I knew all of those songs because there were a limited number of places to hear music and all of them had fucking Aerosmith on them, right? That's not true now. I don't have to listen to Aerosmith ever again in my life if I don't want to. And I don't, you know, it's fine.
Last question. What's next for you as far as, yeah, we all have an X amount of time on the planet. How would you want to spend it musically?
Last year, I did a soundtrack album for a horror film called Girl on the Third Floor. And the album of that soundtrack is being released in a couple of weeks. I'm excited about that. It's the first time I've ever tried to score a film. It was a lot of work, but I really enjoyed it, and I'm proud of that record. My band Shellac is working on new material. We're probably going to put another album out. It might take us more than a year just because there's a bunch of obstacles and an international worldwide pandemic. But we have another album's worth of material that we're going to try to get out as soon as possible, as soon as we can anyway. Then the studio is reopening gradually over the course of June. And I expect to get back into the swing of doing daily sessions. And I'll just carry on for the rest of my fucking life, I think, you know.
Steve, it's been such an illuminating, inspiring talk. Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Fabian, is any fan questions for Steve?
I'm happy to have, if you guys each want to just unmute your mics one at a time and ask me a question, feel free. If nobody has any questions, you know, don't sweat it.
Maybe can I start off, Steve? I have a question for you.
Tear it up.
Well, first of all, this is fascinating to hear your story and to hear your ideology and mindset around diversifying, you know, yourself inside of the music industry. You know, it's been in my experience, a lot of young musicians, a lot of young artists are so laser light focused on just doing one thing, just being a creative. I guess my question to you is, you know, what would you say, or what advice would you give a young musician, a young artist, to not put all of their eggs in one basket? How would you?
Well, I think the main thing is, if you're making music, you're probably making music because you're driven to do it, right? Because there's something about it that causes you to obsess about it, that drives you into it, right? And you can respect that and you can indulge that and pursue music very and have it be a very serious thing in your life and have it give you a lot of satisfaction without ever ever having it be your occupation or the
Mm.
you know the thing that you pay your rent with. um, I refer to this a lot. There's a guy named Danny Barnes who wrote an article for the Austin Chronicle about 10 years ago about what it means to be a professional musician. And I disagree with some of the details in this article, but the overall focus of the article is that if you want to be a musician, no one can stop you. You know, if you own a guitar, you are a musician, right? You can do that for the rest of your life, and it can be the most important thing in your life, and you can get a lot of satisfaction out of it. No one can stop you, right? What you can't automatically get is you can't automatically get other people to pay you for the privilege.
Mm.
So, what you should do is be content making the music for its own sake, and don't be ashamed if you have to have a straight job, and don't be ashamed if you find yourself, you know, not being able to play music for a while because you have to concentrate on earning a living. There's no shame in having to earn a living. It's a completely realistic, reasonable thing. Think of all of the other things in the world that people do that give them a lot of satisfaction. Think of, you know, like, how many people do you know that play tennis or play chess or that do paintings or do, you know, any of a million other things, you know, amateur woodworking? All of these things are satisfying to do of their own sake, right? It's great to be able to be in a band and play music. It's one of the most exciting, most exhilarating things. So you can do that, but try to avoid also hanging on that the responsibility of it paying your rent, because if that's the only way that you can pay rent, then you find yourself doing all of these awful things like playing these miserable gigs just for the money, or, you know, signing off on some terrible decision that someone has made just because it's conceivable that it could make you some money. So do other things to make your money. When I right out of college, I worked as a photograph retouch artist, right, for advertising, a completely despicable profession. Like, my responsibility was to make attractive images to convince people to change cigarette brands. Like, that was my job. My job was to make the Marlboro Man look more ruggedly handsome. Now, the guy who was the Marlboro Man, the guy who was the model for the Marlboro Man, his name was Daryl. I forget his last name, but he was dying of cancer at the time that I was working for this company. So they had him working nonstop, taking photo after photo after photo after photo. They were working him like a rented horse so that they could get a huge backlog of photographs of this guy before he
Before he
died of
died.
cancer, right?
Wow.
And then they would turn those pictures over to me, and I, in my little dark room, I would be expected to put the fire on the end of the cigarette, or take the picture of him in front of the campfire and superimpose the majestic, Utah skyline behind him, or something like that. Like that, that, that's the nature of the work that I did to earn a living, right? I didn't imbue any of my soul in that work. It was a drag, and I resented it, but I did it because it made it possible for me to be a musician, right? So there's no shame in that. What I didn't allow to happen is I didn't allow my band to become the ad agency that was working a man with cancer to the bone in order to sell a cancer causing product. I didn't allow my band to become a thing that I could resent. I didn't allow music to become an an obligation, or an oppressive obligation of me. Music was always my escape. It was a pure joy. So if you think of it in those terms, you'll always be able to be a musician. You can always make music. Just don't worry about whether it makes money or not. That's the part that happens almost by accident. Like, if it's going to happen, you can't predict it.
Wonderful. Thank you. I also wanted to take this opportunity to
I'm sorry about all the cancer I caused as well.
Oh, great, Steve. Thanks again. I wanted to welcome some Ropeadope artists in the room. We have some fellows from Malumbo here, so welcome to you, gentlemen, for hopping in. I really appreciate that. I'm looking here in the chat, and I don't see any text comments, so I just wanted to welcome anyone who wanted to open up their microphone lines. And maybe you don't have a question, maybe you have a comment that you want to share with Steve. We'll be more than happy to welcome you guys for that.
I'm also cool not answering questions if nobody has any. So.
Steve, I'm gonna thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for having me.
It's an absolute dream come true to hear this coming from you. I learned so much. Thank you. Stay safe. Stay loud, and can't wait to see you in person one day.
Well, thank you very much. You guys as well. Stay safe.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Steve.
If anyone is still with us, we'd like to let you know that the remix competition will be wrapping up on July 1st. So anything you want to send it our way. Don't be shy. You can direct message me. You can direct message the team. You can send an email. You can let us know that it's coming our way. A lot of people have been sending incredible shit, and it's unbelievable to hear it. It really means a lot to share it with you. And on July 1st, we'll also be coming out with another incredible project. The big news is 3 hours from now, 2 hours from now, 7 hours from now, depending where you are, the album is coming out. I kind of can't believe it. But it took us a minute to decide whether to drop it or not. These are very, very challenging times. But as Robert Satan says, if you can do something with the music, now is the time to do it. People need it now more than ever. So the album is coming out tomorrow. To celebrate, we're doing a live show from the studio here, along with this incredible cast of Ropeadope artists. We'd love to have you with us, watching, commenting, sharing. If you would be into sharing the news of the album coming out, that would mean so much to me. And the last thing is that Ropeadope and Bandcamp are teaming up tomorrow with everything going to the artist. If you ever thought about getting the physical copy, tomorrow is the day to do so. Again, I can't thank you guys enough for having me along for the ride. I can't wait to see how the music touches you and where it takes you. I want to thank Fabian Lewis, Ben, and the rest of the team. They've been an absolute dream to work with. And my parents who are watching, I love you. I miss you. And we'll see you guys next week. Next week we have the most important question of all. We have Matt Merowitz, who's a brilliant publicist in New York. Now that the music is out there, how do we share it? How do we make people hear about it? The week after that, we have another unbelievable producer on board, the amazing Matt Pearson, Pat Metheny, Brad Meldau, Kenny Garrett, Joshua Redmond. The week after that, Damien Taylor, oh my God, The Killers, Bjork, Arcade Fire. So last month of the remix competition is going to be the best month of it. We hope to see you soon. Make sure you stick out for the rest of the festival. It's unbelievable. And I'll see you guys.
Make sure you're born at the right time. Right sun and moon sign with the right jeans. Right fatty with means in the right place. Backyard, plenty space. Right smile sitting on the right face. Right skin tone, right gender, right features. Gotta have a real good preschool teacher and always at the right food. So you be in the right mood and the right minds. So the right folks like you be in the right crowd, right classes, right groups. Get the right grades, right majors, right schools. Gotta always do the right thing righteous. Maybe the right one, have 2.5 kids. Get the right job with the right boss. Put your money in the right bank. In the right
Tell yourself to get over
I think we're here.
You're so far away.
6 feet. We're officially 6 feet.
Okay, here we are. Welcome everybody to the Ropeadope Room and the Ropeadope Music and Arts Festival. Slight little nod to Woodstock on the titling of this thing. We had planned this a month ago at least. Give us 1 second, folks. Just want to check cameras, make sure everything's tight. Can I get a camera on me? I would love to talk to the audience. There we go. Hey everybody, Louis Marks here, Ropeadope, here at the Ropeadope Room with my partner Fabian Brown, and we're kicking off the Ropeadope Music and Arts Festival. We started planning this about 4 weeks ago. America was different than it was 12 weeks ago, and it was different than it is right now. So I want to talk about that as we kick this off. You might ask, why are we doing a music festival in the midst of the chaos that is engulfing our world and our nation? And I have a few things that I want to say about it as we start. First of all, I want to make a distinction between entertainment and music. As a record label, we represent artists from around the world, from many different walks. Many of them are Black American artists, and some are not. But first and foremost, they're musicians. While entertainment is part of music, entertainment is more commercial and a more and a less serious endeavor. The music that the people make that work with us here at Ropeadope is not only deeply felt and from the heart, it also speaks to the times, and it has spoken to the times for many, many years here at Ropeadope. From Antibalas way back to Vivian Sessoms to the Last Poets, so many voices have talked about the issue that America is once again confronting, and we've been here, we've been blessed that they were willing to put it out with us, and we've been eager and willing to share it with the world, because we've known this to be true for the longest time. I'm very pleased. I feel for people who are on the front lines who may be caught in this conflict, but I'm pleased to see that the nation and the world are addressing this again. And I'm thinking about the longer term and how we continue to educate and learn how not to be racist. In making a decision to put this on today, I thought about the difference between music and entertainment, and I thought about all the wonderful musicians who have shared material with us for this presentation, and I wanted to keep the lines of communication open between musicians and fans, and so here we are. We've got a great mix of content. My partner here, Fabian Brown, can switch. Fabian, we are safely in the Ropeadope Room.
We are.
We are 6 feet apart. Welcome back.
It is nice to be
You were
back.
missed. I want to address that we have a great, and we even have a third person in the room who is more than 6 feet apart, Mr. Julian Marks as our engineer, and he is knocking it out of the park. So, what is this all about? It started with Bandcamp Day.
It started with Bandcamp Day, but if before we push on that, if I can just say one or two things to kind of maybe end cap what you had said. We are going through some challenging times right now, and one of the things that keeps me moving forward is the amount of positivity around the individual artists that we work with and their message, and following their lead through a challenging time like this, and what they're doing, and most importantly, the conversations that they're having publicly with other people. And I think right now is a time more important than ever is that we all start to include ourselves in that conversation. No matter,
only learn.
We can only learn from conversations. So with that said, I just want to say that little piece, and thanks for having giving me a spot on this nice sofa here, 6 feet apart. I'm excited today, Louis.
6 feet apart sofa.
How did we do it?
We didn't plan it that way.
I'm excited. We just finished listening to Deco Boer, who has an album coming out tomorrow, Let Love Rove, and Steve Albini, and that was a riveting conversation about his history and how his approach is to engineering. Coming up throughout the program, Louis, I mean, it is like nonstop with amazing things. We had music from Crown, from Matt Cappy, from Dusky. Greg Spiro is going to be coming on a little bit later. Snack Cat, Bahia. I mean, the list goes on and on. Mark DeClivo, Aaron Parks will be in a room for some conversation. We have some special guests.
The schedule is up.
The schedule is...
People can see it, but there are little gems that we're going to be dropping in between. So people have either decided to perform live,
Yep.
or to pre-record in quarantine, some solo, some duo performances, and send them to us, and we're going to intersperse. But we're also going to drop a few new tracks from unreleased material, and as we come into tonight, as soon as we finish this evening with Christian Scott and Sarah Charles, we go to work and start to load up some special things on Bandcamp. There are some newly discovered copies of Velvet Portraits vinyl.
Ooh.
These are the last of the first run. I think there were some damaged jackets, so only 800 copies got out, and there are some left. So we're going to let some of those go. Midnight tonight, 3 a.m. Pacific, I think, or no, 3 a.m. Eastern, midnight Pacific.
Okay.
Right. We also have some signed copies of CDs. We have some signed vinyl. I've pulled some things out of my personal collection that I'm gonna let go. Some Christian Scott vinyl. And the reason we're doing that is because Bandcamp is waiving their fee, their 10%, and they're generating a lot of traffic. The last time they did this, we were able to generate thousands of dollars that was paid out directly to artists.
Great.
Okay, so there are also some people going to drop some just drop some new music. So everybody stay tuned. We're going to queue up. What do we got coming up here first?
I think we have, looks like we have Crown coming up here first.
Crown solo performance. Well, everybody sit back and enjoy.
The song I'm about to perform for you is called Time Again. It's a song all about seeing repetitions and recognizing when repetitions become a problem. You're seeing the same thing happen, and it is the product of a recurring issue. And whether that's an issue to do with yourself or with what exists outside of you. And although this was a song about a personal experience, I feel like it is something that applies to where we find ourselves right now in society, and where we see people victimized by repeating problems. It's time that we wake up and come together and do what's needed to put people first. Time again, see the same old ways. It questions me. Time again, see the same old mistakes. They never deceive me. Reckonings that never come. next song I want to share is a really special song to me. It's called Where Are You Now? I'm yet to record it, or maybe someone else will record it one day. But it felt really fitting for this time because it is all about feeling distance from someone special. And I know that that is something a lot of people the world over are experiencing at this time. And I hope that this song can give some sense of comfort that no matter where the people that you hold close to you are physically, they're always going to be with you in your heart. This song's called Where Are You Now? Time will heal us all. That's what she promised me. To and fear to fall, but blind enough to believe. Whispers gone, relegated to my memory. Time again I'm reminded, philosophy can describe it, but I don't see. Where are you now? The day is done, where are you now? I feel alone, where are you now? I am troubled, where are you now? I need you now. Tie it in a bow. That's what she said to me. Consider all you got. The view will bring you relief. The warmth is gone. Tobacco on a juniper tree. My hair will claim I'm Where are you now? I need you now. This is Crown, joining Ropeadope, sending you all out there love and light during this time. We all have to come together and be a communal society and spread love and positivity as far as we can reach.
Good. All right, we're back. Steph Tom. Steph has 2 albums out on Bandcamp, and we're going to put the link up in the chat in a few minutes. But that is
sheiscrown.bandcamp.com.
all right. So a suggestion: if you liked that and you want to support Crown and pick up some great music while you're at it, you can go to that Bandcamp link and click the follow button, and then you will get messages from Steph, and you can remember to support her tomorrow. Remember, tomorrow Bandcamp is waiving all their fees. And I want to add, apropos of the original discussion, how I came in, we're going to plan another one of these around June 19th. So Bandcamp has already announced that the next Bandcamp Day will be on June 19th, Juneteenth, and all of their proceeds are going to go to, I believe, the NAACP, but people can check that carefully.
Nice.
And we're going to do a similar match. I think our donation will probably more than likely be for one of these bail organizations for protesters, because that's, to me, that feels like some good direct support on the ground. So, Mr. Brown,
Yes, sir.
what do we got coming up next?
Coming up next, we have Matt Cappy with a virtual concert featuring Mr. Chill Moody. Matt's been, he's been all around the world, up and down, with all these different, from Jill Scotts to Michael Jackson to Elvis Costello, and he has another single coming out tomorrow. Is that correct?
Yeah, a little surprise. We're going to drop the single. So again, mattcappy.bandcamp.com.
That is correct.
And click the follow button. You'll get notified when we put that single up. And I think that's going to be up for like 24 hours or something like that.
And then
like,
that's
grab
it.
You got to get it. Don't sleep.
That's great.
I just love Matt Cappy's tone on the trumpet. Let's give it a listen.
Nice.
Hey everybody, how's it going out there? My name is Matt Cappy, trumpet player from South Jersey, originally Berlin, New Jersey. Coming to you from South Jersey in my studio here in Haddon Heights. I hope you all are safe and having a great time in this festival. Really, we're happy to be here, and I want to introduce you to everybody in the band. Give it up to the drummer, coming to you from North Jersey, Andrew Marsh. Next, the bassist, coming to you from Fishtown, Nick Perry. Continuing on to Eric Sales, coming to you from Manioc. And we also have our special guest, Chill Moody, joining us on our song Church and State a little bit later. Chill Moody from West Philadelphia. Without further ado, let's play our song called East Philly. Ladies and gentlemen, my extreme pleasure to give you Chill Moody, our song Church and State.
Check. It all started with a piece of paper, a pen and a skill, the will to go and speak to nations. Streets debating, they kinda anxious, is what the doctor ordered, but you can keep your patience, cause we is tired of waiting, tired of hating, past go, but you had a chance. Give them the cold shoulder, chill flow like an avalanche. I travel lands, Philly to Paris, France, original, but at a glance they put him in a box like Zatarans. Look, I wake up, stretch, get on my job like reporting live, more Quincy Harris than Crying Kite. My mind like the dude sold they sold for the limelight. In hindsight, I wouldn't have done that for a Klondike. Nah, bars cold as ever, winning cause they know this effort. Just for the record, the flow's perfected. Dope collector, put them bands together like Otis Retton. Line in the sand, please understand that you're overstepping. Bring the pain, that's the only method. I give them bars, make them think. In a lane that's left so neglected, I solely rep it. Moody follow a code of ethics. The last lesson, all cash betting, no half stepping. In this corner you have the top contender, repping the land of West Philly in all its splendor. Announcing the one recruit through the scout center. What I'll send her, change your name up like I'll send her. Back to the drawing board, beef, I'm a carnivore. Create a sculpture with your remains, that's the art of war. I'm like a wrecking ball, especially when the check involved. If you ain't want this joint destroyed, then what you calling for? Where I'm from, I'm who you call the ball. Coach told me run the city, and I've yet to call an audible. Game 7 at the Oracle, you like they call an audible. Or like I seen this coming like the Oracle. Hold up, church and state, where we hit it. If it was written, then I penned it. Going for the pennant, a different breed of MC. I've never known a limit from the block. I'm prepared enough to go in front of Senate. They saying the way I play it, I could probably run for mayor. Take it deeper than rap, I've studied every layer. Application is simple, see this is like a layup. You focus, you get the coaching. I don't wanna be a player. No pun intended, but understand me like pun intended. I want a Grammy, don't make that 3 for the family. Ball like I ain't up by a dub, they can't stand me. In this ring I feel like B-Hop, you Jim Lampley. From where the top of the line could care less about what the rest about. Reed Richards, we try and stretch it out. Silly thinking we just putting records out. Left us out, so it's no chance that we gon' reconcile. For years it appears that they tried to neglect the sound, but ask around, Philly's what they reppin' now. 215, really nothing left to count. Moody move the city hall, you head there to check him out. Closet full of kicks, they asking what's the check amount. Nikes, I'm just asking what's the check amount. It's likely some nice things if the cake involved. And if we taking off, then the squad I got to break them off. Finish college and knowledge on how to make a boss. You gain nothing if you ain't prepared to take a loss. Douse the flame, be weary of the spark. I appear from the dark as the bearer of the torches. West Philly, Chill Moody, Mad Cat, Church and State. Talk to him, Cat.
to the 856, baby. Church and State, where we headed. Chill Moody, Andrew Marsh, Nick Perry, Eric Sales. My name is Matt Cappy. Be well, y'all. Peace and love.
And video on. All right, folks, here we are. And we're just like a live show. We're running a little bit behind schedule, so going to jump right. Welcome to the room, Mr. Greg Spiro from Los Angeles.
What's
Woo!
up, everybody? How's it going?
It's great, man. How are you?
I am good now that we're live and got through all of the little like nervous things of getting ready for a live show. It's always a little weird, but you know, we're here. It's great.
All right. Well, tell us what you got going and jump right in. The stage is yours.
What I've got going, man, there are a couple things I've got going. By the way, welcome everybody to this very adventurous, awesome broadcast that Ropeadope is putting together. I want to give a big shout out to Lewis and Fabian for putting this all together. It is quite a day, and I'm very excited to be here. There are a couple things that are happening today. One is I am clicking a button to make my back catalog, the entire catalog that I have recorded in my entire life, including all the stuff I'm embarrassed about and that I don't have online anymore anywhere else. That's all available for 24 hours. So you can go and listen to and buy the ones that you like if you like them on the Bandcamp site, which I have right here at tiny-records.bandcamp.com/music. I've got the URL up there if you feel like typing it out. And then another special thing we have going on for the next 24 hours is the Spirit Fingers limited double vinyl, which I'm going to sign and send to you so you can send it as a gift to a friend. I'll write a little message on it, and that's going to be available also for 24 hours on the URL that's below. So those are the special sort of gifts that I've curated for Bandcamp Day. And as far as the performance goes, I'm going to play a couple songs for you. One of them is called Nails. Fabian, did you want to have any discussion or anything with me before I actually went into my my whole musical thing here, or are we good?
I mean, I rather let's do it this way. Play some music, get into your vibe, and then we can talk a little bit afterwards.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
I'm gonna get into my vibe. This has been so much live streaming over the past 3 months, and there's actually a cool panel coming up on Saturday. If you sign up for the mailing list on gregspiro.com, you'll get the notification for it. But for now, I'm just gonna play you a song. This is called Nails, from the upcoming record. With this is actually out already as a single on Ropeadope, but this is from the upcoming record Peace by Spirit Fingers on Ropeadope Records. So hope you enjoy Nails. Turn off my phone so it stops distracting me.
Woo! Am I allowed to do that? You're welcome, bro.
Ropeadope, I don't hear you right now.
Oh, hold on a second. Can you hear me? Check 1, 2. Can you hear me now?
Minor. Oh wait, here I got it.
How about now, Greg? Nope. Now I can't. Now I can't hear you.
I got it. Sorry.
There it
My
is.
bad. Technical difficulties over here with recording setup. No, we're good. We're good.
No, that was wonderful. So that's a live rendition of the title track "Nails" from the upcoming album "Peace," set for release on June 12th. Coming up here, Greg's coming up.
Yep. Yeah, it's getting close, man. I'm really excited. This will be the second Spirit Fingers album that we have released. The first one came out in early 2018, so it's very due right now. I'm excited to put it out.
And we're excited as well. Before you go into that next piece, you want to tell us a little bit more about the album, maybe about the personnel that's on the album?
Yeah, totally. So the drummer, who many of you know, is Mike Mitchell, aka Black Dynamite. One of my good friends who is living here in LA now, and yeah, we've had countless adventures on the road with this band. A wild character, and his drumming sounds a lot like his personality.
Sure.
And I love him to death. And there's Max Garrel, who is on bass, incredible virtuosic bass player. And then there's Dario Chiazzolino, incredible guitarist from Italy, from Torino.
Okay.
We've had some really fun tours in a bunch of different towns in Italy, thanks to his participation. So yeah, it's been a very fun ride with these guys. And then also there's Judy Jackson. We have a bunch of special guests on the record. This was one that I decided to sort of let go of the. I had this sort of specific vision for the first album, and we did that and accomplished it. And then I let my grip ease a little bit on that, and then opened it up to some different flavors. So we've got Judy Jackson, who's doing vocals. Bobby Lewis is on the track.
Nice.
Jonathan Scales is on the track Lamella, another Ropeadope artist. We have Greg Ward is on a track on Cokes with Greg, and or Cokes with Greg's, which is in homage of his drinking of Coca-Cola whenever we were out at gigs and he was partying really hard. His version of partying hard would be drinking a Coke.
Okay.
And then who else? Oh, Braxton Cook is on the track. Yeah, that's a fun one on Spirit Food.
Love it. And what do you got coming up next for us, Greg?
I think I will go ahead and play another Spirit Finger song. This is one of our most requested songs. It's called Find. It's written in 13/16 time signature, and is got a lot of layered things going on in it.
Lewis doesn't know what that means, but I do, so I can't wait to hear it.
Cool. All right. Turn up my volume for myself here.
Really enjoyed that, Greg.
Thank you very much, Fabian.
Really enjoy it. I know you're going to be joining us in our next room next door. But before we go, Greg, is there any last thing that you want to say and share with our audience? I mean, obviously, guys, you can visit tiny-records.bandcamp.com/music for the back catalog. Is that correct, Greg? Did I do that
Yes.
URL correct?
Yes. 24 hours, we have it available.
Okay, and then spirit-fingers.bandcamp.com/album/spirit-fingers-2018. Just read it in the comments. How about that? Just read it in the comments.
Yeah, well, maybe we can have that.
All right. Thank you, Greg. We'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Louis, Fabian, thank you so much for having me on here. And I just want to say, everybody, stay safe, stay strong. There's a lot of turmoil in the world, and I think we're making some progress. So let's all stay with it and fight for the cause that we all know needs to be fought for. So thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Greg.
What feels like fire. So now I
All right, here we are. The Ropeadope live stream festival continues, and we have the great pleasure now of connecting with two wonderful musicians who have released records with Ropeadope and have been fully committed to music in their lifetimes. Mr. Mark DeClive Lowe, welcome, and Mr. Aaron Parks.
Hey, how you doing, Lewis?
I wanted to add Mr. John Regan in that mix too, Mr. Marks.
Yes.
Hey, John.
How's it going? Long time, Aaron. How are you?
It has been a long time.
Yeah.
In the scheme of things, I'm okay. You know. I mean, I need to say just so. First of all, it's nice to see everybody, and thanks to Lewis and Fabian for organizing this whole thing and bringing people together. Speaking for myself, I have to say that I felt a bit uncomfortable making the focus being on my music or talk. We originally had, our plan was to talk about our process and how we think about music right now. That feels to me a bit superfluous and a little bit beside the point with what we're witnessing. I don't feel any particular desire to promote my music at the moment. But I'm happy to be here with you guys, and I'm happy to, just have a conversation and let's see where things go. I do have some music that I would love to share that means a lot to me, that isn't mine. And maybe that's something.
Absolutely, man. No, it's great to be here. And like Aaron said, thank you to Lewis and Fabian for making this all happen. It's a really interesting time, I think, for independent artists, especially because we're so used to, self-promoting what we do and letting people know what we do, and hopefully, getting people to check out our offerings. Mm-hmm. But like Aaron just said, like right now, there's a whole different focus, not just in the country, but all around the planet.
Yeah.
So if nothing else, I love this as an opportunity to come together with some friends, colleagues, and peers, and chat a little, share a little bit of music that we're inspired by. And I see we've got Sean and Greg in the house too.
Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Greg, what's happening, man?
What's up, Greg?
Hey, how's it going? Oh man, John, Mark, Aaron.
Enjoyed your set just now, man. Nice.
Oh
nice.
No, you were watching it? Oh God. Oh no, Whoops. Aaron Parks watched me play piano. I'm so embarrassed.
Whoops. No, it's cool. I like the tunes, man.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
Sean.
Hey, Sean, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Yo.
John Martin.
Sput incoming. Okay.
Sput's incoming. Watch out.
Oh,
fellas.
Sput's coming?
An RC, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
I thought this was a piano panel.
Say, you should say that again so they can hear you louder.
I got your back, Sput.
You know what's funny? When I first met Sput at 12 years old, I only knew him as a piano player. I didn't know he played drums till we got to like later on in high school.
Wait, no way. Wow.
No, I'm telling you, I didn't know he played drums until like way later.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah. Sput, I remember going to one of the jam sessions when I first moved to LA. One of those jam sessions at the Federal that he hosts for NAMM.
Guys, I'm right here. I'm right here, guys.
Hey, I like it.
I was just about to tell the story, but what is going on?
He's just living his best life.
Bro, you are, oh my God. I want to be like you when I grow up, Sput.
Say something, Sput. I want to see that again.
Say what? Yeah, my daughter's doing my hair. I'm sorry, you guys got to deal with this.
Beautiful, man.
I knew there was a reason to have kids.
Wow.
Yeah.
Doesn't work in that case.
Oh, man. Wait till you don't have to get up and go get the remote control.
Spud, give it another 5 years and you'll be handing out $50 bills, you know?
No, I got grandkids now. I'm already doing that.
What? You don't have grandkids? That's amazing.
I got four grandkids.
Wow, I love that, man.
Well, 3.5. I got 3.5. One still being cooked.
Hey.
That's a good way of putting that. I like it. Still being cooked.
I love it.
Man, I had no idea Spud played piano either. And I was just thinking it's funny how many times I'm on a gig or sound check or rehearsal with cats I don't know, and someone who plays a different instrument will just sit down at the keys of the piano and just start smashing it.
Oh, totally.
I'm just like, what is wrong? I can't do that on drums or bass. Like, what's wrong with y'all?
It's mean.
Sean marking me, but I taught Sean everything he knows. So,
oh my God,
bro, he just finished saying that before you came on.
Oh my goodness.
So what's going on? What's up, Mark? Where you at?
I'm in LA, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
how's it going out there?
It's been relatively chill. I mean, we have amazing leadership. There were announcements today where they've lifted curfew. They're not increasing the police budget. They're taking money off it.
They're reallocating those funds, right?
They're reallocating. Well, they're reallocating about 150 million of what the police already have, and they're not increasing the budget. And the increase would have been an increase by almost $1 billion. You know, and,
wow.
And so seeing, I mean, obviously what's happening already in Minnesota and other places, but then to see it locally, the power of protest, it's incredible.
Right. Mm-hmm. No doubt. It really, it's encouraging. We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of ongoing work.
Oh yeah.
We do not like. It's nice to see some action. You know, there's some charges against the officers in Minnesota. That's good. That should not be news. That
right.
that should not be a thing. Like that's not something to celebrate. That's just basic. That's just basic.
Right. That's right.
But unfortunately, we are in a society where we're that is a victory.
Baby steps.
Keep it going. Yeah, well,
sort of.
I don't know. I think
we
we're
gotta
past baby steps.
We gotta keep watching. We gotta keep watching.
Yeah,
for real.
We gotta keep watching it because you know how that goes. We get excited and then all of a sudden, the bottom drops out.
Let's see how much jail time they actually see, right?
Right.
For real. But we've never had a time in history where every citizen is a broadcasting video recording bystander. Like
that's right.
Like a witness. Like that's so powerful, that shit. Like, and now more than ever they know like they're being watched. It's like you're gonna lose your job.
But that's the crazy part about this situation because he didn't give a fuck.
Right.
Like he would have seen people recording him, right?
Yeah, he was looking back at the camera and mousing his knee, down even harder. So he didn't seem to give a fuck. And then the backstories that come out now, they worked together and they knew each other.
Right.
And they had him in the car first, and they took him out the car, and then that happened.
That's so sad.
Man, it's a really, it is great that we've got these cameras right now that we are able to document these injustices when they're happening. But just if you think about it, like the name of the high-profile police killings, just all of these hashtags. You can't even remember all of them. Just think about the ones that aren't documented, right?
Oh my God.
Think about
That's right.
Yeah.
Like this has been a problem. This is nothing new. Of course.
Yeah. Well, I'm just glad people are literally standing up and saying that now. That's the thing I think that's different now. Right. I think that's what's hitting a little different now. Is that people are actually saying, okay, yeah, this is a thing, and that's encouraging. I would say that.
I love.
Did you guys see the lights last night? The flashlight for the LA people. I don't know if it was nationwide, but in LA at like 9 o'clock it was for whatever the exact amount of time that the officer was suffocating
George Floyd.
But yeah, of course.
Yeah.
The officers or the people last night were holding flashlights up in the air and shining it into the sky, and the whole sky was lit up. It was
wow.
really incredible.
I didn't see that. And it's there's so many conversations around that. Makes me think of conversations around how shit is performative, or like people put the black square up and does it mean shit.
Exactly.
But I on that day, I really on the Tuesday, I really felt like social media felt different. And if someone was seeing all those black squares for the first time and being like, "What?" and they look into it and they start to wake up, I was like, "Yeah, I don't care if someone put it up just to perform. Like, bring it on."
Right.
The more visibility the message gets, the more people think it becomes the new normal, right? Like, we cannot abide by this. And
yeah.
So I thought that was really encouraging, and the lights too. Like, I missed it, but it sounds like it was super, powerful and emotional and pretty. And someone might be like, "It's just some lights in the sky," but it's all part of it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I want to take a second here to welcome Mr. R.C. Williams into the room. What's going on, brother?
Hey,
peace.
What's
up, y'all?
What's up, RC?
All right. So what's the Dallas lineage? Is it Sput, Sean, RC? Who's what's the timeline, guys? Come on, tell me the timeline. What's that Dallas timeline?
Man, why you need to know that?
Come on, Spud. Come on. No, I'm not saying the oldest. I'm not asking that question because we all know who that is. I'm sorry, Spud. No, I'm just teasing. I'm kind of geeking out with all you cats in the same room.
Sean, well, I'll tell you this, Sean is the baby.
Spud's the oldest. I am the baby. I'm the baby. listen, I'm the baby, and I'm 41. So that'll let you know how much older he is than me.
Oh my God!
Why he say that?
I think RC, you like a year younger than me,
right? I'm 43. I just turned 43 last month.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, Spud's pushing 50. He still has all his hair, so I can't be mad about that. Between me and Lewis, we got the game.
Headphone, closest thing I get.
John, what's up, John?
I got all these musicians in the room that can play the hell out of the board. Maybe share a little context for the good people who are watching online, some musical influences that have gotten you here today. I know that's a loaded question, and I know we don't have time to really dig deep, but give me something or someone that's really put you on the scene today.
Good time to share this little video I have here, I guess.
Sure.
Yeah, so like we said earlier, for people tuning in, the idea of focusing on our own music just seemed a little inappropriate at this time. And so, for me, in inspirations, it's been pretty much everyone I've heard who touches the piano. Like, I had a gig in LA when with a vocalist, and their old piano player came by, and I didn't know him, and he sat in for a tune, and I was just like, oh my God, that's so inspiring. Like, I love that it's so universal. But historically, for me, it's, as I think goes without saying, a Black American art form and lineage, and it's it has to be said as well, but it's there's so many countless artists there who are inspiring. And so I found this little video that it's of Thelonious Monk, which whoever in the room knows his music intimately, and he was such an avant-gardist. There was nothing smooth about he wasn't trying to be slick in his playing or his presentation, or he was just being himself and unapologetically Black. And that was, I love that. I love that. And this particular video, he's playing Just a Gigolo. And that, I didn't know that was an Austrian tango originally, before it got co-opted by the musicals and they were English lyrics. But just to hear someone take something so inane and then inject it with this incredible amount of whimsy and kind of ugly beauty. This balance of all these things and personality and his experience as a human being. Like, what I love with Monk is I'm hearing all of his humanity and pain and joy in the one picture. And so I'm going to share this video on the screen share, but it was 1963, and I thought the historical context was interesting. It was 2 weeks before Kennedy gave his civil rights speech. It was a month before the March on Washington, a little bit before the Alabama church bombing. And it was that time in history, like, I don't think I've listened to enough of this music thinking about where did it fall in the timeline of history. And so here, like, before the Civil Rights Act, right before Kennedy gets assassinated, Monk's in Japan playing a concert, and he gets to share this with us. So let's jump in on this.
That's great.
Aaron.
That's
Aaron,
just
I'll tell you.
that's so gnarly. That's so that
Man, that was amazing.
yeah.
I know, Aaron, you had some music that you wanted to share as well. Is that?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I was actually, I had a few things that came to mind as possibilities to share right now. One was a recording of Bud Powell. One was something of Jackie Byard, which I should drop the links somewhere. I might just post them because everybody should just watch them, period. But what I decided that I wanted to share today was something from the great Alice Coltrane. And this is a piece of hers called Prema that she performed. It's on a record called Transfiguration, where she plays a version of it there. It's an amazing piece of music that goes so far beyond the notes and reminds me of what music does. It goes deep. It's like correctional medicine, to just fix some things that might be ailing you. And there's a performance of this piece. It doesn't have an actual video, but it's not on any records. This is from her performance on Marion McPartland's Piano Jazz. So you'll hear, her cheerful British voice opening the whole thing up, and then Alice will come in, and what you'll just see. Let's go. Okay. Screen.
Let's do another of your pieces.
All right.
What's this one called?
I like to play Prema, which means divine love. Prema is a Sanskrit word, and it, as I told you, translates as divine love.
Beautiful. Okay.
Thank you.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
The heartbreak and the hope, the pain and the transcendence, like the meaning what you play, you mean what you say. And it's the organ. You know you can hear the organ and the harp, but she's playing piano.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know.
Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
That changed my whole everything.
Right?
Like, thank you.
I really appreciate you guys sharing that, and just, bringing me personally to a little bit more relaxed state, I guess, if you can say. Listen, guys, we can keep this thing going. I first of all, your time and talent are just everything to me. So for you to break your day and just give us a few minutes here on this crazy thing called, Ropeadope Music and Art Fest, we just put this together. So your time and your talent is very important to me. So, on behalf of Lewis, behalf of me, man, just really appreciate that. But I don't want to rush you either, man. What's the vibe, fellas? I can keep this thing going. I can always segue too. It's completely your call. If you want to share anything that you're working on or that you're doing moving forward, or something that's heavy on your heart, you can please do that. The microphone and the floor is yours.
I could give a fuck about my music right now. Just straight up. Like
well, let me ask you this: what are you guys listening to right now that's helping you bring some peace of mind?
Let's see.
Well, James Brown, I'm Black and I'm Proud.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sean.
Hey.
Thank you, Sean.
I have a neighbor who's been, I think he's an older guy who's decided to learn how to DJ while he's, quarantined. So we get like the same maybe 4 or 5 Soulful House anthems for hours. And it becomes kind of meditative because it's like, oh, here it is again,
Sounds like torture.
Hey guys, I was trying to figure out how do I share content?
You go down at the bottom spot where it says if you use your mouse and go towards the bottom of the screen, it's gonna say share screen. And then what it's gonna do is pull up all your open screens that you have. So just go to that screen that you got open and click it, and then push share.
But you're on your cell phone though, Spot, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You gotta do it. I don't know if you do it on your cell phone. But,
I don't know.
If you was on your laptop, you could do it.
Mm-hmm. If you want to drop the link into the chat, somebody else could share it.
Yeah, that also.
All right, let me do that.
Cool.
Help me out.
Now he's chilling.
Okay. All right. Let me see. What is the chat? I got the chat. Can somebody help me out right here? Share this. This is something that's been helping me.
Okay.
My favorite musician, singer, leader. His name is Donny Hathaway. He's the father of one of my good friends, Layla Hathaway.
Aaron, do you want to cue that? Or you
Yep,
want me to do
I
that?
got it. I got it here.
Thank you.
Okay.
Here's a song that I wrote about 3 weeks ago. Every once in a while, I like to write something to my creator because I believe in him. We need you right now. there's no one else to turn to but you, yeah. You're the only answer to the situation that we've gotten ourselves into. So Master, won't you please come down and give us a helping hand, 'cause we need you. We need you right now. There's a lot of people going hungry 'cause they can't get nothing to eat. There's a lot of people going naked, naked. They ain't even got clothes to put on their feet. So Master, won't you please come down and give us a helping hand. Yeah, 'cause we need you. Say we need you right now. Right now. Right now, Lordy. Say we need you right now. I said we need you, yes we do. We need you right now. I said man has gotten out of hand with his evil ways, yeah, yeah, yeah. Can't you see that he is destroying us? Just a little bit more each and every day. So Master, won't you please come down and give us, Lord have mercy, a helping hand. Hey, 'cause we need you. We need you right now. Ooh, 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 oh, right now, Lord. Hey,
You can stop it now if you want. You can stop it.
I mean,
say we need you.
why would I do? Oh shit! I didn't mean to stop it. You want him to stop it?
Live fade, live fade, live
Wait,
fade.
wait. Okay, just a minute.
Hey, we need you. Lord have mercy.
I think we all get the point. We get
Yep.
the point.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's been my theme.
Beautiful, man. Donnie.
Sweet.
And the great
Yeah.
Johnny Hathaway.
Yeah, man.
Just
Johnny
want to.
Hathaway.
It's beautiful. I want to take a second to welcome Javier Santiago. He just joining us here.
Hey, what up, Javier?
Hey,
Javi.
What's up, Javier?
Hi.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead. You're muted, Spud. Say the question again.
Why am I on here? It's all keyboard players. It's all like some of the baddest keyboard players in the world. Why am I on here?
Trust me, we all ask the same thing.
Oh
man, what's going on, man? I'm just here for more support.
Welcome to the keyboard player family. We all seen you, man. We've seen you on stage when you get on a piano. Don't lie.
I mean, I'm retired, man. You know, I taught Sean and RC all the stuff I do, man. I went to the drums. God.
Oh my goodness. This is so bad.
Guys, I sincerely appreciate the hang and the laughs and the good times, man. It's been a while since I've seen you guys in person, so thank you for making my day. Before we close this thing out and move forward, do you guys have any last words for the good people who are listening online? Any words of encouragement? Anything that you want to share?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You know, it should go without saying, but I'm going to say it anyways. Black Lives Matter, not because of what they contribute to culture. Yes, music would not be what it is without Black music. Yes, it's affected everything that we know, but that's not why they matter. Black Lives Matter because they're fucking human beings on this planet. We don't need exceptionalism for Black people's lives to be worthy. You know, fuck that. Like,
right on, AP.
Yeah.
I agree, Aaron.
Absolutely.
Right on.
Thank
you, brother. Thank all of y'all for your support. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to say, man, that I've been learning a whole lot about things that I never paid attention to in this moment. And there's something interesting about that's in the documents of our amendment. If you go on thelaw.com, thelaw.com, and you'll see categories where you can click on. And if you click on citizen, if you click on citizen, you have to scroll down to get through all the C's. It's in alphabetical order. But if you click on citizens and you read that, I think I want to just kind of spread I want to share with everybody to spread with everybody to kind of, these are some of the things that we need to vote for to change, because in that document of our, in that document, it says that African Americans aren't considered citizens. So this is the reason why a lot of the police have been getting off. This is the clause that they've been using in these cases for the police to not be convicted of these crimes so many times that they've done it. This is the thing that the lawyers have been using. It's just the thing. And so I think we got to change that. We got to get the right people to care about that enough inside of these houses, inside of the House, on the Republic and on the Democratic side as well. I just think I think that needs to change. I think that is probably the main reason why our country is the way it is. Because that, you know, it was bad enough. It was 3/5 of a human that we are, you know. And but I really appreciate you saying that, Aaron, because it's like, you know, these times really make you, you know, I have kids now. We all have, you know, well, Sean has kids. We're waiting on RC's kids, but uh, I have kids. I have 4 daughters. I have 3 sons, and
Wow.
and yeah, my 3 oldest are grown, and my 2 oldest daughters have kids. But I have 15-year-old twins, and then I have 11-year-old and a 12-year-old boys. Twin girls, I'm sorry, 15-year-old twin girls, 11-year-old, 12-year-old boys. They walked in my room the other day. I shared this with some of the guys earlier. My daughters walked in crying. You know, they was really upset about every time I get ready to leave, they get nervous. And my son walked in. My son's my namesake, Robert. He walks in, and he was nervous because every time he's trying to turn the channel on his YouTube or whatever, he keeps seeing that stuff over and over and over. It keeps playing over and over. Keeps seeing it everywhere on the internet, and he was nervous. He walked in my room and he was fidgety. You know, he gets nervous. He's fidgety, and he couldn't control his arms. You know, his arms was moving, and he was trying to express to me how scared he was. You know, that a couple more years that if he encounters the police, he's just really nervous about it, right? I'm looking at his arms shaking uncontrollably, and I couldn't help but think. I was like, oh my God, if this is police, he'd be dead, you know, because a lot of he couldn't control his movement. So the police was telling him to be still. He would be nervous.
Right.
And these are things that I worry about from day to day. It's not really me because I've lived my life. Um, you know, if I die tomorrow, I'll depend on them to keep my legacy alive. But I'm worried about them too. You know, we did a panel yesterday, and that was the consensus. We're worried about the kids, and so the future is really what is more at stake here. So these laws that are in place are going to protect them. You know, hopefully protect us too. But you know, like I said, you know, I'm really more concerned that my kids live to see 30. You know, at least, you know, because the way it looks, it don't look like this is a thing that we can hope for them, you know, and it's very disheartening and sad. But so I would encourage everybody to go research what our amendment really looks like, and let's just fix it by voting and things that aren't right. We did it with the voting. We did it with, a few years back. It was quite a bit while now, but at one point we couldn't vote again. We had to fix that, and we did it. So I think we need to do it for them. I think Black people should be citizens, should be considered citizens, and of the United States if we're born here.
Of course.
Totally. Yeah.
It's not just Black. It's like Native. It's like anybody who isn't either Native American or white American. It's not considered. But we can be elected. We could be in politics. We can be elected. We can hold office, but we're still not considered citizens of the United States. So finding that out was overwhelming, and so just trying to just spread the word and just because people are asking, what can we do? Well, that's one thing we can do. We can change that shit because that's not cool.
And definitely for, you know, any white folks watching or non-black folks watching who are trying to figure out what they can do, don't just post in solidarity, like donate, put your money where your mouth is. Like there's a ton of organizations that are providing on the ground support. Like I know Lewis was talking about how you're going to be putting some money towards like bail funds for people who are protesting. And that's great. That's super useful. There's so many great organizations out there. You know, Google exists. You can look them up, you know, and follow and amplify Black people's voices, especially Black women's voices on social media. So.
Absolutely. I mean, I feel like every little thing someone does is part of the solution. You know, it's like do a little bit all the time, every day. If it's and for people who for people for whom it's new, maybe it's like almost like a meditation, like a waking meditation.
Mm-hmm.
Every action of every day has an intentionality to it, and you know, if that exists, then you know, implicit bias just goes away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on that note, it's really important to look within ourselves and be able to be humble with our own need to grow and understand.
No doubt.
I love that.
No doubt.
And dialogue. Dialogue is the main thing that I've been trying to tell people in my communities, in my circles, to have, especially dialogue between white people when they say things that you're like, wait a minute, what do you actually mean by that? And what are your beliefs behind that? And talk about it so that these things can come into the open. That's the only way we're actually going to flush it out of our culture.
And white people talk to white people about it. Don't call your your black friend looking for advice about how to deal with it. Some shit, you know, like
for real.
Yeah.
So, shit.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. And I saw the meeting that you hosted, Greg, yesterday, and that was really great. Thank you so much for doing that. And yeah, just like being a part of that dialogue, that ongoing dialogue is super important. And yeah, definitely become a part of my everyday life. And I'm really glad that we're doing this. So thank you.
Thanks, Javier.
I want to say thanks to everybody for spending some time with us and spending some time with the world at this challenging time.
It's nice to see everybody.
Mm-hmm.
For everybody watching, this is the legendary cast right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can say. All right, folks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lewis.
Thank you, Lewis. Thank you, Fabian.
You'll take care.
All right, Fabian.
Take care. Good to see everybody.
Good to see everybody.
You guys too.
Love you guys.
Mark.
Love you all.
Lots of love.
Thanks.
All right, everyone, welcome back here to the Ropeadope Music and Arts Festival. I am Fabian Brown. To support our musicians, make sure you're visiting downloads.ropeadope.com. And we have a special treat. We have Mr. Darren Hoffman, aka Uncle Neff, here with a live performance all the way from New York, Darren?
I'm in New York, yeah. I'm just north of New York City. Yes, indeed.
Love it.
Hudson Valley.
Hudson Valley. Thanks for joining us, Darren. Really appreciate you spending some time and your talent here with us live today. And my man, the floor is all yours.
All righty. Thank you, Fabian, and thank you, Lewis. Thank you, Ropeadope. This is a track off. So I play in a band with Mr. Shannon Powell, the King of Treme, down in New Orleans, and we've been working together. Well, we've been working together for about 12 years, 13 years, but we put together a little duo act called Uncle Neff, and you know, he was always like, "Man, we gotta name it Black and Jew," right? So we do have a song coming up called Black and Jew. I'm not going to be singing the lyrics to Black and Jew today. It's kind of the thing that either Shannon sings it or we sing it together, but it's kind of just a meditative thing. The only two lyrics are Black and Jew. So I'm going to give us a little bit of just an instrumental meditation. I'm just going to go through this a little bit just to kind of get a little bit of reflection of what's going on right now. All right. So that's the instrumental version preview of Black and Jew. Should I play some more, or did I get kicked off the stage yet?
You're good. You're good, bro.
All right. So, trying to figure out what to play today was really not easy to do. Not that I'm complaining, but wow. I still haven't figured it out, to be honest with you. I just knew I'd start with that. I do have this other song that's in the same key, but I guess it's just a ballad to get out of the current reality. This is the one song that I sing on the Uncle Neff LP that we put out last year. It's called It Hurts. It's just a nice old school love song. So that's what I got for you. So beautiful, baby. So pretty. It hurts. So pretty, babe. So beautiful. It hurts. I feel your love down in my soul. Pain in my blood is the worst. When we first met, darling, I fell in love with you from across the room. That night we first met, babe, my heart pounded. Boom, boom, boom. Felt a fire so big, so bright, no river could consume. One night we went out dancing. Said you loved that cumbia beat. That night we went out dancing. It was just you and me in the heat. And with permission, I kissed you. The life I had lived was complete. so beautiful, babe. So pretty, it hurts. So pretty, babe. So beautiful. I feel your love down in my soul. Pain in my blood is the worst. Okay.
Woo! Can I do that?
Song of cliches. So that is off of Love Songs from last year, released on Ropeadope Records, 2019. That features the string arrangements and performance of Abby Swidler, amazing Brooklyn-based violinist, violist, composer, and yeah. So I don't know how much time. Right, so yeah. So that was that. So that's the beginning of a love affair, and technically is a blues, though it's a major blues. And typically when I do these songs, I kind of play these two kind of back to back. So I think I'll try that. This is a blues called "That Was That," which is basically the ending of a relationship. It does have a bit of a acceptance vibe rather than "Why'd you leave me? I'm just crying, whining." It's like, no, it's over. Accept it. It's over. So it's the blues. That was that. I loved you, my babe. That was that. You're more than just my name. Our love is stronger. It's over just the same. This and that. Call it what you will. This and that. Nothing but a thrill. This is done, babe. Go find another man to kill. I loved you, my babe. That was the more than just my name. Our love is strong, but it's over just the same. All right. That was that.
Can you hear me, Darren?
I could hear you, yeah.
That was excellent, man. We have to we'll have to share your secret on how you can make a live stream sound so damn good, bro. Like that sounded really, really freaking good, man. Guys, make sure you head over to uncleneff.bandcamp.com to check out 2 releases that Darren Hoffman has put out here on Ropeadope. Tomorrow is the day, Bandcamp Day, as they say. Proceeds are going to be forfeited over from Bandcamp directly to the artist. So make sure you go and check out uncleneff.bandcamp.com to support Darren Hoffman and some other Ropeadope artists as well. Darren, thanks so much for your time, my friend. I really appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. It was soul soothing.
So soothing.
Love y'all. Take care.
Love you too, brother. Thanks, man. Coming up next, guys, we have some music from Tora Matson, The Making of the Build.
Yes, welcome to my studio. Come on in. So this is the little cockpit. I'm finalizing the build, the new Tour de Force album, and everything is finalized right here in my little cubicle cockpit. So let me just show you what's going on here. We got a beautiful old Studer desk, all the beautiful analog channels here, and we got a little bit of outboard effects, space echo. I got a dual EMT 140 sitting out there that I'm using, and an old Roland Boss echo, reverb. And then we got the mastering chain with a lot of goodies here. When I started making music and going to studios, it was all analog. My first demo was on a 2-inch reel-to-reel. So back then, if you wanted to erase something that takes a split second on the computer now, you actually had to manually find the place and then put a piece of a chalk line there and see, okay, this is what I want to erase, and then you had to manually erase it, turning the tape over the eraser head. So a lot has happened since then, and then I moved to New York. That was right around the time where things were shifting from analog to digital. So I was part of that whole transition from analog audio into digital audio. And I love the possibility of digital audio, but I always missed something about the analog sound. So now everything has come full circle, and I sort of combine the best of the digital possibilities with the fat sound of the analog. All right, so let me show you a little about the instruments being used on the album. Over here there's a guitar rack, and right now there's not so many guitars or basses in it, but a lot of the guitars were played on this 335 that actually has some damage to the lacquer, but it still sounds great. And various basses here have been used. And over here we got an instrument that's been used a lot on the album. The Boozer, legendary piano that everybody knows and loves. There's a stringer here, a couple of different keyboards, an old Moog, the Rogue, which is one of it's a little bit of a rare one. You still see them around, but not as much as the Mini Moog. But I love the sound of this one. And if you follow me in here, you will see the rest of the studio. And out here, the main recording room. Oh yeah, this is a beauty. The SH-1000 Roland. Of course, we use this room for recording, and here's one of the absolute gems of the studio, Steinway D, which is just a beautiful instrument. And the last thing I want to show you is something that you might have seen before, a pump organ, or some call it harmonium, some call it a pedal organ. And it's sitting here buried under stuff, and it has a very special sound. That's it. Thank you.
What's up, everybody? Ropeadope family, everybody watching around the world. We are Bahía de Ascenso, or at least a part of Bahía de Ascenso. Andrés Marquez, Roberto Verástegui from Mexico, and we have as a guest Sly Fifth, who's my roommate, so it was not a problem for quarantine. So yeah, we're gonna play for you Neo Blue, that is available in the last Bahía de Ascenso album. Go check it out, and yeah, hang out, listen to some more amazing music. It was Neo Blue by Bahía de Ascenso. Follow us.
Hey everybody, David Whitman here. Super happy to be a Ropeadope artist on this great roster of wonderful artists. Listen, I got a message for you guys today. This whole America First thing, whatever you think about politics, I don't want to get into that, but just as a slogan and as an idea, we live in a global community. We share this world. There's nothing that we say or do that can change that. With Love is a song from my new release, Soul Flow, out now on Ropeadope Records. It was written as a feature for Jonathan Raymond as a Flugel feature. Some of you may or may not know that I also dabble in the vibraphone. I hope you enjoy this little rendition and you get a chance to check out the original on the record Soul Flow. Jonathan Raymond makes this song sound so beautiful. In fact, this song was nominated for a Best Instrumental Jazz Song Award at the Independent Music Awards in New York City just a month or two ago. So I hope you enjoy this with love. Take care, everybody.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the Ropeadope Festival, day one. We have some special guests from California, and because we are on the clock, I'm just going to graciously introduce one of the most dynamic musicians I know, who is always moving and shaking, Mr. David Whitman in San Diego. California. Welcome, David. Thank you for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me, Louis.
So you've brought some friends.
I have not only friends, but one of them I'll mention first is a dear mentor, and I constantly hear his voice in my head. John Wooten, who teaches at the University of Southern Mississippi. He really runs a percussion world down there, and his students have gone on to do great things. He was the caption head in Phantom Regiment, and he's just has had a lifetime of inspiring drummers and critiquing drumming and mentoring young players, and I have nothing but the utmost respect for him. So I'm really glad that he came out today to support me and my records and endeavors. And then the next person that's on now is Steve Genowick, who has been a house engineer at Capitol Records for, and I'm just going off the top of my head here, but I'm going to say, 3 or 4 decades.
25 years.
Okay. So, and he started off, he's got quite the story, but he was, I know that he's done many projects, decades, working with Al Schmidt and flowering on his own as a wonderful artist. And I'm really always thrilled to have him be the 8th member of my septet, or, the 5th member of my quartet, or whatever it is. And his voice is always strong in my artistic work and my output. And a little bit later too, Francisco Torres, who plays trombone on lots of my stuff. I think he might be popping in as well. So welcome, guys. Thanks for coming.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, good to be here.
So, Doc, maybe I'll start with you. I thought you might be able to offer a unique perspective on me. I put these records out, and frankly, it's like, who am I? I understand that, and I come at my work from a purely musical standpoint, and my goal is really just to make the best art that I can and connect with listeners. The art doesn't really happen until they hear it, but sometimes it's nice to have some people color you in a little bit. So, Dr. Wooten, you know me. You had a unique role. You were my doctoral advisor as I earned my doctorate at the University of Southern Mississippi. And I spent 2 years studying with you and learning in your studio. And, I thought there might be some things maybe that you might want to share to the world about that time and what I was like when I was there, or, anything at all, now that you have the microphone.
Okay. Uh-oh. This could be dangerous, David. So, your success comes no surprise to me. I knew that, you're a go-getter. I mean, anybody that knows you knows you're a firecracker, and you're like, I'm sure as soon as you wake up in the morning, you are running. I mean, watching you even exhausts me, and I thought I was a go-getter, so all this success I know just comes from hard work and dedication and a big heart. I've seen it. So, I got to say, I'm awfully proud of all you've done. And, but once again, it comes as no surprise. I've been fortunate to teach a lot of really great students, and then to watch them afterwards is always, sometimes you have disappointments, and then sometimes you have people like yourself that go above and beyond. So, from your experience here, all the things you did here. I like to think that a lot of the things I'm hearing were influenced. You had influences here, whether it be the steel pan orchestra or percussion ensemble things that we did, which were massive, really. Some massive.
Yeah, definitely. I think playing in the steel band down there and living by New Orleans, had really impacted me. There's a strong musical culture down there. And then, your voice is always in my head. John, I can always hear you saying, it's just gotta be grooving, and it's like, if it's not cutting it, it's not cutting it. And I think that built upon, you know, my studies previously and my other teachers, and, you know, it just helped me set the bar really high, I think, when it comes to quality and things of that nature. So I appreciate those words.
Well, yeah, you know, it's the environment we have here, and it's certain things are unacceptable, you know, certain levels. And I think you're in a good environment. You went from one great environment to another great environment. And I tell everybody, I said, I'm not that great of a teacher. I just know how to create an environment for these students to like just feed off of each other. And that whole group of grad students that we had here when you were here is just that was a good time, and they're all doing very well. But that's what it's about. You're right, environment, and then all the connections here from New Orleans. We have great drummers come up from New Orleans all the time. They're all my buddies, so they work for very little.
Yeah. Hey, Louis, if you're still there, would you be able to queue up one of the videos?
I'm here. Hey, David.
What's up?
I'm doing great. I just want to make sure you guys knew too that Francisco entered the room. So welcome, Francisco. How are you? And David, we can queue up a video. What video?
Let's watch the With Love video, the first drop there. And right before you play it, I just want to say that you know, one of my big motivators for getting a doctorate in music was just to become the best player that I could, and to learn and grow and challenge myself. And starting off as a jazz drummer, being able to express myself melodically and to play the vibraphone was one big motivator for attending the University of Southern Mississippi, and seeing the great John Wooten come from a drumline experience and play steel pan and sing and improvise at the vibraphone was a motivating factor. And I knew I'd have a good guide there. And so I think that kind of fits hand in hand with this video a lot. So yeah, Fabian, if you could cue that up, that'd be great.
So David, I just got in from our sound team over here that we actually queued up. We started your segment with that video before we went live here today.
Oh, great. Okay, so fantastic. So they've seen that already. So the vibraphone, you know, that was one reason why I went to Southern Miss to see Dr. John Wooten. So since Francisco's here, let's shift gears a little bit, and you know, I want to go to Steve. And, you know, Steve has a unique perspective since that he's recorded all of my projects to date, at least my releases that have gone through Ropeadope. And they've all been done in the B room at Capitol Studios. And, you know, Steve sees the crews that I bring in there and the way that I operate. And I feel like he might have a perspective that even I don't, that I'm not aware of. So maybe I'll give the microphone to him, so to speak, and let him paint a little picture for the people listening at home.
Yeah, I can say, you know, we've done, I don't know how many records now, because they all kind of jumble into one another. Sometimes we do a couple at a time, but
it's going to be 4 here.
It's going to be 4. Okay. You know, I've always had a blast. And when I was first approached by Dave and Chris, the producer, it was, you know, it was the usual thing of, you know, this is an independent project and we don't have any money and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, it's a jazz thing. And when we talked it over, you know, I think we all kind of quickly realized that, you know, it's good money, smart money spent by going to Capitol, where, you know, we have everything there. It's such a great room and great consoles and mics, and the thing that did it took a lot of the technical stuff, I think, out of the heads of the musicians. And, you know, we went in and we set it up really quick, and people were playing music really fast, which is the way I like to do it. And you know, I just try to make an environment, make musicians comfortable, and just let them play. And, you know, if I do my job right, I work for like 15, 20 minutes, and then I just listen to music all day, which is great. And with these guys, it was fantastic. You know, we had every time we go to the studio, we have a great time. So I can't say enough about Dave and the players he brings and the vibe that he brings. And, you know, it's a lot of work. If you watch Dave, it's a lot of work because he's working his butt off in there, but I'm just having fun. It's great.
Nice. And Fabian, would we be able to play that second drop now? Is Fabian still there, or Louis?
I'm here.
Cool.
I'm not sure if we can. Have it queued up.
you have a second drop ready for David Whitman? It was a split screen video, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you have it? Can you play it? But you guys are all going to go off screen when we play it.
Yep, that sounds great. And then we'll come back with Francisco and
You got it.
finish up.
You got it. You're going? Okay.
Hey everybody, David Whitman here in Southern California. It is an absolutely stunningly beautiful day. Right now, in addition to positive leadership, the world really needs a good message. A message of love, of understanding, of compassionate empathy, of forgiveness. And I really feel it needs music and the arts now more than ever to bring us together, to give us something common to share and celebrate, to create common ground that we all can stand on as brothers and sisters in this global community. It's not a big global community anymore. It's a truly small global village. The percussion composition you're hearing right now in the background is titled 42nd Street Rondo. It's a serious work by Los Angeles-born composer Wayne Siegel, who until his retirement recently taught at the Royal Academy of Music in Aarhus, Denmark. The piece is inspired by the hustle and the bustle of the intersection of 42nd Street and Broadway in New York City. It really seeks to capture the spirit and the character of that place. It's a duet, calls for 2 players. Right now I'm playing both parts. Each player plays bongos, 2 tom-toms, and 2 cowbells. And each variety of instrument collectively creates melodies in 7/4 that are really quite infectious. My experiences as a concert percussionist have helped foster an attentiveness to detail that I bring to my jazz records. I'm so thrilled to be a Ropeadope artist. My jazz records so far have been nominated for 9 international music awards. They've won 4 global music awards and 1 independent music award, and I couldn't be more thrilled. Also extremely grateful to every single listener. To me, it really becomes meaningful when the listener puts their ears on the music. In fact, that's all that matters. Is when that happens, that's when together you and I make art. And that's what this is all about, celebrating the world and life and our beauty. So without further ado, I hope that you guys all enjoy the exciting conclusion to this piece, 42nd Street Rondo by Wayne Siegel. And if you get a chance, check out Soul Flow, my latest Ropeadope release. It features Jonathan Raymond on trumpet, Francisco Torres on trombone, of course myself on drums, and Jared Gold on Hammond B3 organ. So again, without further ado, this time for real, enjoy the conclusion to 42nd Street Rondo. Mwah! See you later, everybody.
And friends. David, Mike is yours.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Lewis. So I hope you guys enjoyed that little video. I think that highlights one thing that puts me in stark contrast when I survey the field of my fellow artists. I don't see a lot of people when I look around doing the classical percussion and the jazz like I'm doing. Not that I'm setting out to do anything different. I know there's a lot of people that do it. But when I look around here where I am, I don't see it. I don't see them, and I don't know where they are, and I haven't met them yet. But that piece, 42nd Street Rondo, at the very end of that video, I make it a point to say that I really firmly believe that understanding breeds appreciation, which is why I explained the piece in that video. So if you understand the piece, 42nd Street Rondo, when you hear that, you're gonna love it. I swear. You're gonna be like, wow, that captures the spirit and character of that intersection musically, and all those different melodies are going on. Well, now I see what's happening. I understand it and I appreciate it. and I think the whole world can learn a little bit from that. But moving on, I know we're almost out of time. Francisco Torres has become, I consider to be a really close friend. I appreciate his input in life and music, both. He's also a father. He lives in LA. And in my musical opinion, he is one of the very best trombonists alive today. And he's so fun to play with. He's such a great guy. And I've worked with him on 2 records now, and had him play with me live at least once, if not asking him a number of times. So Francisco, as a musician, in some of my bands or on some of my projects, I just thought I'd give you a chance to talk a little bit about, maybe me or what it's like to work on my projects and or anything in general.
All right. Hey, well, welcome everybody. Welcome. Thanks for having me. But enough about me. What do you think about me, right? Now, you know what? David's energy is really what has attracted me to these projects. And I've actually, unbeknownst to David, both records that I've done have been really odd because I've had to fly in from Vegas as I was working for a week. And no name dropping. I was working with Kevin Eubanks for Microsoft. So, but my gig was 7 to 8:30 in the morning. So as soon as the gig was done, I go straight to the airport, get on a plane, fly back, get to Capitol, do the record, and then come back that night. But the particular time that this last record we did, the quartet record, Kevin Eubanks has a habit of calling rehearsals in the middle since he already has you there for a week. He just, I just want to play for the day. So when we were doing the date, unbeknownst to David, and I'm finally going to reveal it, I didn't tell anybody, because if he would have called and said, well, let's have a rehearsal this afternoon or evening, I would have been out of a gig. So half the time I was really uncomfortable because the music was so great, but I was, in the back of my mind, I was like, oh my God, I hope this guy doesn't call. So about 6 o'clock, I knew I was home free, but we were already done by then. But, one of the things I mentioned to David, and I spoke to him maybe 2 days ago, we were texting Dave just about his cymbal sound, about the energy that he brings to the drum set. And I think a lot of people forget that he's a world-class orchestral percussionist, which is I play with a lot of orchestral percussionists that try to play drum set, and
I got to jump in and say I'm a substitute with an orchestra, and I just do the best I can.
Oh, stop. All right. Okay. All right. And the thing is, every project he brings the best. Steve Jenwick, I worked with him many times, and the guy he's up there. He's one of the greatest, I think. For him to bring like some of the really finest musicians, Jeff Keyser and another one. Who else?
Francisco, I got 2 records coming out soon. With Love that I was going to do, Steve, we had to split that into 2 records. Too Much Material, and 2 beautiful artistic statements. And the second one coming out in a couple of years is going to be called In Jazz We Respect Our Elders. And it comes from when I heard Christian McBride speaking about Ellis Marsalis' death a few weeks ago. And then everything that's going on right now in the country. And I just feel like I need to make a strong statement there that, it's important to me as a musician that I look back and I respect the musicians upon whose backs and whose music I'm studying and playing. And so that's going to be an exciting record. So just want to set it straight. There's 2 records there. And I want to tell you guys who's playing on those records, because I know we're running out of time. But Jeffrey Keyser's coming back. Bruce Foreman's taking over the guitar chair. Chris Montgomery's back on guitar as well. Ryan Dragon is stepping in for Francisco. Tom Lure's back on, Bob Shepard and Rob Lockhart are playing saxophone on that. That's going to be killing. And Rob Thorson on bass, and Steve Jenwick's mixing again. And both records were mastered at Bakery Mastering at the Sony Pictures lot with Eric Bullinger and Jack Galindo. So I didn't mean to jump in too much on you there, Francisco, but I knew we were running out of time, and I did want to tell everybody about those projects coming up. And also, Francisco, it looks like we may be doing, I don't want to let the cat out of the bag too early, but there may be a Ropeadope reissue of Eau Clara coming.
Can I say the last thing? I won't say anything else. Is one of the things that I told David, and I'm very happy to that he is that kind of guy, is like, what you hear on the record is what happened. There's no overdubs. There's no, let me do my solo again. Let me, it's just like, okay, boom, there it is. It's just 100% pure jazz. And, I believe me, I've done records where, okay, well, let's do the head of the chart and the outro, and then we'll just lay down the solos. And no, what you hear on these records is what you get.
I'm so glad you bring that up, Francisco, because I maybe wouldn't have thunk to do that. But that is a huge, that's a huge aesthetic goal for me. And also it's like, that's a hill to die on for me, because, I'm not just trying to make a great record. I mean, I can go make some rock and roll or whatever. I'm trying to make an art form that I feel passionate about, that I've studied my whole life, and do it justice. And for me, the spirit of freedom born in oppression and the improvisation is, something that you cannot take away from the music. And if you do, then it's not the kind of jazz that I want to be playing anymore. So thanks for bringing that up, for sure.
Beautiful. Gentlemen, I want to speak to the audience for a second, because while we're limited on time, I want people to note the names on this screen and get over to Google, because these are key folks, and given more time to speak, they would be dropping more wisdom. And apologies to all of you, because we are running tight. Festival is an interesting thing to run, especially from a computer.
I would like to grab 20 seconds or so if there's a chance at some point.
Outro, yeah, but I want to say thanks to Steve, and thanks to John, and thanks to Francisco for being here and supporting your compadre. We are thrilled to have David Whitman in the Ropeadope community, and look forward to more wonderful music from him. David, back to you.
So, the last thing I want to say is I know I'm just a kid from Wisconsin. And very, very few people maybe know who I am, unless I was playing in your band at some point, or playing for something for you. But if you're going to be buying records tomorrow on Bandcamp Day, I would really appreciate the support. If you recognize the jazz that's happening on the albums, I'd appreciate the share. And then I want to end with, it's been difficult for me with a lot of my musicians lately. I'm from Minneapolis. I used to play at Valley Fair there in Minneapolis. It was one of my first, professional gigs. And, I want to just say right now, I don't know a lot about a lot of race relations, but I want to own my white privilege. And I want everybody to know, as a teacher too, that it's a true thing. And I see how it plays out in the classroom. I'm not saying I didn't earn my degrees, but it's harder for people who are Black or of color. And, I just want to add my support to that sentiment. And I want to condemn the unempathetic, hateful rhetoric that we hear from our leadership, and shout that out from the microphone now that I have it. Okay.
Love you, brother. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
David.
davidwhitman.bandcamp.com. Thanks, guys.
I'm here. Hey, everybody. If you're just joining us, welcome. We've been rolling for, 4 hours now, 3 to 4 hours of the Ropeadope Music and Arts Festival. There's some fascinating conversation. We are having a blast. We are making far less mistakes than we've made in the past. And we're hearing some very passionate talk about politics and life in America today. We are, if you're just joining, we're about to go into a room in about 10 minutes of as many Ropeadope artists as we can fit in the room from around the world. It's late in Europe and it's impossible in Tokyo, but there will be another one of these tomorrow for those people that are far to the east. But I urge you to join us, come in, listen, chat with, send us your comments, talk with Ropeadope artists. We'll post those comments up and verbally put them to artists that you put in the feed. It's all about Bandcamp Day. It's all about music that will be available tomorrow. I've been doing this for a minute. Yeah, it's getting a little slow here. Bandcamp Day is when Bandcamp, who is really the truest distributor of music, waives their fees and gives 100% or 97% after the PayPal charge of the music to the label or directly to the artist. Here at the Ropeadope, we split profits 50-50 with artists, and we advance that money immediately to them. So we're hoping for a big day tomorrow on Bandcamp. We decided to do this thing despite all of the craziness in the world because we think that music is an essential service. And we hope you agree with us. We are going to cut to play some pre-recorded piece and then come back in about 10 minutes and join the room with all the Ropeadope artists. Thank you.
Quando a luz do dia me aparece devagar, mar e tempo e pensamento juntos pelo ar, só pra derramar sol pelo caminho que eu não sei seguir. Vai chegar, vai nascer. Quero que você cante pra mim o fim da solidão, porque a luz do sol é grão do amor. Quando a luz do dia me aparece devagar, mar e tempo e pensamento juntos pelo ar, só pra derramar sol pelo caminho que eu não sei seguir. Vai nascer. Quero que você cante pra mim o fim da solidão, porque a luz do sol é grão do amor.
Though it's not like anybody's on the road playing right now. We're calling from remote concert location.
Right.
A captive audience, but I'm going to introduce it anyhow. I'd like to think we're called in from the road as well. So
somebody is echoing.
All right, welcome back to the Ropeadope Festival, Music and Arts Festival, Day 1. We're going to pause for a moment here at the train station as the train comes through.
That will never get old.
Information, we did not plan that. That was cosmic timing. So if anyone is whoever is watching, if you're just joining us, this is the time when we get to sit and hang out with dozens and dozens of Ropeadope artists. We're all just gonna sit around and talk about things that are happening in our lives, and we're gonna be watching the live feed for. If you have questions for any of these artists, please let us know, and Fabian will queue them up. I want to start off, though. I want to go to Mr. Gordon Campbell in Los Angeles. And Gordon, I just want to. I'm really excited about your record, and I'd just like you to share with people who are watching what you're cooking up over there.
All right. First of all, hello everybody. Hopefully you guys are doing well, staying safe, wearing masks and all that good stuff, if that's your thing. My name's Gordon Campbell. As you can see, I'm a Ropeadope artist. This is my first album ever. I played on thousands of albums over the years. I'm from Newburgh, New York. I've been in LA for 27 years. And I've toured with Earth, Wind & Fire, George Duke, all the way to Neo, Jessica Simpson, 50 Cent, Mary J. Blige, Gerald Albright. Lately, I've been touring with Jeff Lorber and a band called Jazz Funk Soul. Jeff Lorber, Paul Jackson, and Everett Harp. Rick Braun, Dave Koz, a little bit of everybody from smooth jazz to funk to a little bit of everything. And a couple years ago, I got tired of touring, and people were like, "You should do an album," because I play multiple instruments, and I listened to them. So I've been working on this for a couple years. It's an album. Almost every song is kind of different. It's probably sounding, I wouldn't say sound random because it's all me, but each song has a different vibe. One has a fusion vibe, one has a soul vibe, one has a kind of a Latin vibe featuring Sheila E. and a tap dancer. So all my songs are a little bit different. The name of the album is Conversations, and the connecting glue is me. Started everything out on the drums, and then I built out on bass and keys, and I brought a lot of my friends in to sing and play. And it's about the conversations that I've had with people in the past in terms of learning how to play my instrument, how to be not just a drummer, but a good musician overall. And the conversation, it's double meaning. It's conversation between me and a lot of the older mentors that poured into me, like Harvey Mason and Dugu, Dennis Chambers, Will Kennedy, Dave Weckl. These are all guys that I've kind of been around for a long time, and they've all poured into me. So those conversations is what helped me start put my ideas together. And then it's also the conversations that we have on stage when we're playing with other musicians, listening to the bass or listening to the keys, and we're actually, without talking, non-verbal conversations. So that's the concept of the album. What else? It's featuring a bunch of people. Like I said, Paul Jackson Jr. is on there, Oscar Cartaya, bass player, Sheila E., B. Slade, who else? Trying to think. It's so many different people on there. Each song is like featuring somebody else. And I basically played drums, bass, keys on a lot of the records. And I brought everybody else in for everything else. I have a single that's out right now called Too Many Lost. And we wrote this song 2 years ago. And it's speaking to everything that's going on right now. It's talking about basically, and I don't want to get too political because I don't know where everybody stands, but talking about unarmed Black people being killed by the cops. And it's a song with everything's live string section. Everything's live on there. And the singer his name is Gene Noble. And Lewis, you can probably tell them where they can get it. You can get it anywhere, really.
I can say to the people in the room and or to you and the people in the room and the public that we know where everybody stands on this issue in this community.
Right.
So that's straight up. What's interesting, I think, about your song "Too Many Lost" that you wrote it 2 years ago, is that there are a lot of people who are coming online and getting involved right now, who feel like this is something new to them.
Right.
And if Gordon wrote this song 2 years ago, this isn't new, right?
If I wrote it 20 years ago, it's not new, or 60 years ago, it's just not new.
So that's where we are, and hopefully now this is a time when it's getting addressed. But the song is really what I find most.
First, let me stop you right over there. I say that not meaning anything derogatory. It's just a phrase that I have.
Sorry?
So, sorry.
That almost fit into the conversation perfectly.
It was pretty close. We were all listening intently.
Let me stop you right there. Okay.
Yeah. Somebody just texted me something pretty nasty. I'm sorry. I should have muted my thing over here,
Yep. Keep going.
I'm just tired of like getting
mute that.
Robo texts and shit from people that are just like, drinking the Kool-Aid, and everything. And so I should have put my my mute on. Anyway, I know all the people that you mentioned and everything. So I guess I'm there. Okay, onwards.
Okay. Hit that mute button one more.
But I know all the people. I'm from Newburgh. I live near Newburgh.
Yeah, he's my neighbor.
There we go. Yeah. All right, we're coming back to you, Jason. Coming back, I swear.
Don't worry, fine.
What but I can actually remember what I was about to say. Like so many of you, he's been able to turn a dark subject into a really strong and powerful, moving, melodic kind of piece, and that's what's amazing to me. So with that, we're gonna move on. I'd love to hear if anybody has a statement they want to make. We want to cross chat. Anybody wants? I think we can do like other rooms. We can put people in other rooms if you want. If people talk to each other, but let's just let's go around. I don't know how do we do this with so many people, Fabian?
And Lewis, I would ask everybody whenever they got a chance, and I'll do the same for their albums too. Go check out the song. My name is on the thing, Gordon Campbell, Gorden. Campbell's on iTunes and all the places where you can find music. So look it up. It's called Too Many Lost. And let me know what you think. I'm on the Slack too. So if you leave it on the Slack, I'm on that thread too.
Ben Houston's in the room, and he has posted the link in the chat.
Thanks.
And that chat should also go over to the live stream as well. Okay. Anybody have hi, Melody Forrester?
Well, hello, sir.
Are you safe and well in Philadelphia?
I'm as well as can be expected under the circumstance,
Is there anything that you'd like to share for people, since we've already touched on the subject, about how people can support and what is needed in Philadelphia?
I mean, I that's a loaded question. In terms of what is needed in Philadelphia, I would say the first thing probably is understanding. Right? Understanding what a volatile set of circumstances is almost a perfect storm of things with everything that's going on. And, on the backdrop of, massive unemployment, on the backdrop of fear of a pandemic, the backdrop of people being sick and tired. And I think all of those things have come together to produce some pretty dramatic circumstances, but I actually think it's all for the good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's some good things that are not going on in it, and I think that's in any unrest. Unrest isn't pleasant, and there's always going to be elements that you can't predict and things. That's not new to unrest. You know what I mean? I think that the focus has to be on the purpose of it, and the focus has to be on why people are responding that way, both good and bad. And I'm encouraged always, I represent artists. So when you represent artists, it's really hard to be down for too long. you know, because I think this is the time where we thrive. I mean, this is our time. So if I would have any statement to make, I would be like, you know, everybody keep doing what you're doing and do more of it.
It's great to hear you say that, because there's a lot of back and forth this week. What we should and shouldn't be doing, about who should be speaking, and it's interesting. I mean, I've heard all sides from different people within the community. You know, you should.
There is no strong voice, though. Where's a really like leadership voice that we had back in the 60s and 70s? We had people to really look to who were leading the way. Now there's a lot of people out there, but there's nobody centering the message to unify what is going on. This is what I think anyway, because I lived through all of those protests in the 60s and civil rights protests and everything. I was at many of them, and there was always that voice that people could look up to, like we had, you know, like even like Obama, you know, Martin Luther King, Robert Kennedy. You know, we don't have anybody out there now to go and sit and just unify everybody like we had.
It's gonna be up to us then, yeah.
Well, I agree. I agree with you in a lot of, but it hasn't manifested itself yet.
I mean, that's interesting. You know, a singular savior. I don't know.
Well, I'm not talking about savior, but every generation has had a voice for them. You know, every generation, artist voice. I mean, it didn't have to be one voice. With John Lennon, at a certain point, it was, you know, people that just could look up to people and go, you know what, that guy's on it, man. You know, he's inspiring me. I like where that's coming from.
Alas, this is a growing list of people who were assassinated.
Yeah.
I'm sorry they were. Believe me, the world would be different if they weren't.
Yeah. I mean, to that point, there hasn't necessarily been a lot of reward for stepping up. But I think that all politics is local, right? So at the end of the day, we have to look to our community. I think because of the way that we consume information, because of it's not the 60s or the 70s. I agree with you. I had the same conversation, Jason, just this last week. That, you know, we used to have leaders or a leader or one or two that seemed to have like a moral authority, where you could look to them and everybody could kind of get behind it and follow. But people's interests are so different now. I think
I agree.
Different, and I think that's why it's important where we are to find out where that leader is. Where's that Martin Luther King or Malcolm in wherever you live? Or because that's how people are going to get mobilized in real life, not on social media, marches in Washington or whatever, but I think on the ground things, you know what I mean? Where you get your local leader. I know some leaders here in Philadelphia. I know who they are here. I'll spit all 5 of them to you. You know, that have the ear of people. And so, you know, maybe now it's a coalition. Maybe it looks a little bit different than it did then. I'm you know, I was born in the 60s, so I understand exactly. But in the lack of that, rather than to look to where they are not, we have to look to where they are. And I think they're more local. Just like in our community, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about the artist community now.
Well, good. I mean, it's a great point. It is. You know, I mean, the world changed. Look, I'm not ashamed to say I'm going to be 70 in 2 years, man. You know, this, you know, the generation that's got to fight for this isn't my generation. You know, we're going to help for sure.
Agreed.
And I'm always there. But it's got to be a fight for the people that are going to fight for the future of themselves and the country and what they believe in moving forward over the next 50 years.
I want to just throw in there that it wasn't 4 months ago that I said, and I think many people would have shaken their heads. Yes. Like, and the question was, what will it take to ignite the young people to actually get out and fight for their future? And now, so
I agree.
I feel good about that. I know people are going to get hurt, but you know,
they do it unselfishly. The ones that really care.
Well, you're fired up, and they have the energy.
Something I'd like to have, like I had 35 years ago.
Well, I have some history in doing this stuff. I started the week with some heavy cynicism. I worked with, and not in the same area, but I worked with Greenpeace and I worked with Leonard Peltier support group back in the day, and Big Mountain support group for native rights. And I got pretty jaded. We saw people infiltrate, and we just saw it kind of go nowhere. I'm for this kind of movement and change, but then what happens is that like the pendulum just kind of swings back and people get complacent again. And that's where I have my eyes. And that's where I think a lot of you have your eyes on a regular basis, is that, let's create art and real narrative about how things should be, and I think that's what keeps people sustained on a path towards growth. Not opposed to revolution, but
how are things where you are, Louis, in your immediate vicinity?
Oh, nothing is any different here.
Because I'm on Astor Place, right near Union Square, and what I'm seeing is very discouraging, because it's very obvious to everyone here, including the protesters, that there's another element that's been bussed in, that are all white people that don't look like they're down with Black Lives Matter or veganism or transgender rights to me.
Right.
And it's a tough situation, Lower Manhattan, let me tell you.
Evil forces out there. Very powerful.
This is being co-opted badly, and I don't want to be cynicism, because I definitely agree with everything you're saying about art being a light and not just a mirror of society. But when you talk about these things in the past that Jason, you were talking about, look how they were infiltrated and co-opted. The Chicago riots led to Nixon's first victory directly. Attica led to his second directly. We're talking a matter of months between them. This stuff gets co-opted. I mean, people aren't learning from history. You know what I mean? So that unfortunately ties in with the fact it's not just a leader, but it's a coherent and a moral authority, as Melody said. You know what I mean? Who has that authority? Who isn't disgraced that people even know of? So I do agree the lack of leadership is a problem. Unfortunately, leaders will emerge, but I think there'll be people who are just drawing from it for their own importance, rather than the leaders you're all referring to, who, as Brian mentioned, were all assassinated.
Yeah.
Could I add a detail to that point about assassination and having a great oratorically gifted figurehead at the head of a movement? It makes it very easy with one assassination to break the heart of the counterculture.
Mm-hmm.
Just by getting rid of that person, you can demoralize the entire movement if it's too invested.
Absolutely. Do you remember the night Martin Luther King got shot?
Yeah.
That I was young, but I never was through something that emotional before, even with Kennedy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we saw something happen. We saw somebody that was just, had the message, man. He had the gift. He had the message. He had the following of the people that believed in his message. And then all of a sudden, hey, sorry, we don't like you. Goodbye. I mean, that's how they want it now. You know what I mean? That's how they want it now. They want to get rid of us all,
Let's talk about that. So like, if you have the figurehead, then from the opposition, they can target the figurehead and demoralize everyone. But now if there isn't a figurehead, then perceivably, possibly,
right,
one to shoot.
You had 100 figureheads bloom.
Right. Hey, Louis, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
As far as the industry goes and what we all do, for our living and our lives and everything, how has it affected like what you guys are doing in terms of when you release music? Appropriate, I know there's the big Bandcamp sale going on, but I'm just talking about internally how we look at what we do and how do we move now, or is it every Friday, or what are you thinking about that?
Well, I mean, we're just coming off of scramble mode, like reaction mode. Sorry, the sound is not right with both headphones on. I'm still moving out of reaction mode, and today is a little bit of that, right? It's, we want to find support and revenue for ourselves to stay open and for musicians in any way that we can. We don't know what's going to happen with streaming because it's 90 days delayed, right? Indications are that streaming revenues are down in real time, but until we get the statement that comes in a few weeks, I think we're not going to know for sure what that looks like. But Bandcamp has been ridiculously supportive, and people have been very supportive on Bandcamp. So if you look at just on the front page of Bandcamp, you go back about 4 months, I think they're at twice the revenue that they had 4 months ago or 3 months ago, right? Per month, right? So that means people are stepping up and buying downloads and buying CDs and buying vinyl and paying extra. So we've been pivoting to try to focus on that piece, which isn't bad. I really like it. I mean, streaming is not, it's we're live.
You don't have to,
Yes.
exactly.
We're live, but I'll go on record. I mean, it's not a sustainable model for, it was, we had an earlier meeting as part of today. Someone put it really well, and I'll have to play it back, but they're I think, to paraphrase, it's like that business model benefits the administrator, right? The administrator, and it doesn't benefit everyone else. So now we're in pivot mode to try to capture revenue wherever we can. David McMurray, good to see you.
Hey, how's it going, Louis? Yeah.
All right. And I'm thoroughly disappointed with the reaction to both COVID and artists' loss of income from touring being canceled, and to the next situation, which is George Floyd and Black Lives Matter, but by these larger companies, by the digital service providers, Spotify, Apple. I think Apple's contribution was something like 0.000238 of their available cash on hand. So they're not continuing to support artists at this time. So we're gonna look at things over the summer and see where it goes. But I think that right now the most cool and interesting thing is people are realizing that there's a reason to support artists directly. And we've always talked about Bandcamp, and we've always talked about trying to sell direct and be personally in touch with your fans. And we've kind of held back at doing that, like as the frontline method, because everybody wants to be on iTunes or everybody wants to be on a Spotify playlist, and we don't want to alienate them. Well, we're at the point of fuck it, let's alienate it. Whatever's best for the artist now is what we need to do. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Jed Scott, New York City.
Peace. How's everybody doing? Can you hear me?
Good.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We are live in New York City.
Dr. Jazz Sawyer in LA. IQ in Atlanta, I assume. Adam Ahuja.
Hot Atlanta.
What's up, Louis?
How are you?
There's Jim Cost. I know Jim. Hi, Jim.
Fred, what's up, man?
Yeah, you guys talk amongst yourselves. We've talked pop. Let's start some.
Dude, hey, Louis, did you get hit in the head with a rubber bullet?
Not this time, Dred.
Oh shit.
Fell on my garage, but
oh man.
Good.
Yeah.
Now I got kids out there, but my one son is. I called him. I was like, you're not going down in the front, are you? Just you got to keep your eyes open, because you could be walking the wrong way and get hurt right now. But what he's doing like delivering food and water.
Good. Yeah.
Distinct.
Oh man.
And they resupply people, like people who are out protesting. So he's taking a supportive role, but not frontline, which I want him to be safe. Anyway, no, I did not get hit with a bullet. How about you, Dred?
I want to be out there, man, and my wife wants to be out there, and we have an 8-year-old daughter. We want to be out there, and it's just, I've been through the system few times in New York City, and I just don't want to go through the system right now, and it's really hard to stand by, on the sidelines. There are some. We live in a very mellow neighborhood, and in Bay Ridge, but there's protests up on the avenues, and it's lower level show up and be counted, but yeah, it's tough. It's for me in New York City, I just feel like I hate to sit on the sidelines, but that's kind of what I'm doing at the moment.
There's a million ways to support, right? I mean, just creating art to me is the method. And just to wrap up this piece of it, because I'd just rather chat, move on for the last piece to just kind of chat about some other things. Long view is, and I heard a thing a week or so ago, a month or so ago, maybe COVID wise. The last century was World War I, World War II. The Dust Bowl, the Great Depression, and yet we celebrate all this beautiful art that was created during that time. Greatest art the world has seen, you might say. And so, zoom out a little bit and look at that.
Well, if I may draw attention to this organization called the Jazz Coalition. They've mobilized Bryce Rosenblum and Danny Melnick, who puts together the Freehofer Jazz Festival in Saratoga every year, and he was instrumental in the Newport Jazz Festival for years. They have put together this coalition that's funded. This first round was 56 or so artists that they gave grants to write some music. We have till November. They're really pressuring us to write something, and they gave 56 of us, and there's going to be more rounds of grants, and they're $1,000 grants. It's the Jazz Coalition. Check it out. So people are doing, things to.
It's good.
Anyway, was that an answer to your question? I'm sorry.
Oh, that's good. No, that's great. I donated a little. That's a great thing that Bryce and friends have put together. Hello to Aaron Whitby. Just want to turn the microphone over to Greg Spiro. I'm going to pick on you right now.
Greg, you picking on me?
Things and hear what you have.
Wow, where are you, dude?
Whoa, what?
I love your backdrop.
Oh, thanks, man. I'm just hanging out at sunrise. Birds flying around. It's great.
You do this a lot. You do these kind. If you do a lot of Zooms, I'm a Zoom newbie.
I've never used Zoom before.
So where is that in your apartment? Is that you just like have that?
I'm just kidding, man. I'm just messing with you.
Okay, I'm gullible. Sorry, man.
No, it's all good. It's all good. It's a green screen that I got back there, and then it's just a video background.
Super cool.
I host a show called Mornings with Greg that I did every morning for 60 days, and then so I had set up this whole live stream thing over here, and now I've just been doing it once a week. We had a great panel yesterday on exactly what we're just talking about, and I mean, I know it is the thing everyone's talking about, but it's the thing everyone needs to be talking about. And Lewis joined us for it, and then but I'm doing it once every week with something that's specifically important and relevant to talk about now?
Like the Tiger movie on Netflix? I'm only kidding.
Oh, we did
I'm only
talk about
kidding.
that once. Did you see that
I'm only
episode where we
kidding.
talked about that? 'Cause
I,
we
I,
actually,
a little light, I just want to throw a little levity in there. You know what I mean?
Are you
Yeah,
a
we did.
golfer? Are you a golfer?
Am I a golfer?
I know that whoever just responded to, who is that? I don't know how
Jason,
this Zoom works.
Jason Miles.
Jason, do you play golf? Is that why you said that?
No, not at all.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't play golf. I've never played golf, nor do I care to. Because
Okay,
you know what?
go.
Because a friend of mine said this to me. Knowing you, if you started playing golf, that's the only place you would be living is on the golf course. I'm telling you. So don't play golf.
I have a question. Louis, you gave me the floor, and probably you gave it to me for a totally different reason than what I'm about to take over. No, don't say sorry. It was a good conversation. But Louis, I'm co-opting the floor for probably a different reason because you is that the right? That's probably the wrong word.
That's good.
But I on that last note, so yes, there are lots of things we can do, which is look into ourselves, into things that we might not know about ourselves in terms of beliefs that have been ingrained into us from how we've been raised. But and dialoguing is important. But one thing that was brought up on my panel yesterday was the idea of this. It's not just a social issue; it's also an economic issue. Because of generations of wealth that have been handed down and not passed to the education of communities that have never had the level of financing of their education that other segregated communities have had. And it's not just the education; it's actually the dissemination of finances in all sorts of different ways. But one way is for creators, and the tech community, which I'm involved in, has successfully been able to co-opt pretty much all of the successful revenues that artists have been able to make through streaming platforms and through advances in technology that make it easier for people to access our products, which now can be infinitely replicated, it has good qualities and bad qualities, but all of the good qualities of that being infinitely replicated have gone to the distributors. So the question is, how do we co-opt, here is the right word, how do we co-opt that funnel of money that is happening, that we are all funneling? It's us being funneled through it, but the people who have the funnel are the ones who are collecting the value from it. And so I've had ideas about that, and I'm curious what you guys think. One idea is a collectively owned streaming platform that could be potentially maybe not entirely collectively owned, because it's hard to get venture capital to develop something as good as Spotify if it's not, if you don't dive into that world, but at least partially collectively owned by the artists who have the content on it, and making it like a pay for play, like a penny a stream, and have people, I put it on my Facebook post once a while ago, like, would you switch to a streaming platform where you had to pay 1 penny for every song that you streamed, and then like 90% of it or 93% of it or some high number goes to the person who created it? And everybody's like, yeah, I'd be down for that, because people know the inequities there. I'm curious if anybody has thoughts on that, or if that's something that you guys would get on board with.
I just have one thought, which is I think it's unlikely that you'd get a super large number of people buying something like that if they could get it for less. Something that I've thought is I think there needs to be some sort of legal change with how people consume recorded music. I think like if it looked something more like when you buy Adobe Premiere or Sibelius and you get a subscription and you get a certain amount of time, like maybe a certain number of plays of a given track, and then it deletes itself or it won't play anymore. I don't know if that's a possible thing, but I think that would be one thing that would be cool.
This is Ben Mathewson, by the way, from Ropeadope. Sorry, I don't have a camera on this computer, but real quick on this topic, the idea I've kind of always wished that the streaming services would adopt is the idea of switching up their accounting method, so that rather than splitting this giant pile of everyone's money that they're spending on Spotify every month, rather so you pay $10 a month for your Spotify subscription. Whatever you listen to in that month, that $10 or their share of that $10 that goes to the rights holders is split up amongst the people that you listen to specifically. Because if I'm a listener and I'm not listening to the new Drake record or whatever, why is any of my streaming, what I'm paying for the streaming service, why is that going to Drake when I'm not listening to that record?
Wait,
right?
He's going to Drake?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean.
Yeah, because it goes by statistics and by
Correct.
the percentage of plays, right? It's the
That's
same
correct.
way the PROs like SOCAN, NASCAP, BMI.
Yep.
For anything that's not declared or collected, they just split it among who they assume
the top
it
selling
should
artists.
go to.
Yeah.
So I'm sure
that's
it'd be a difficult accounting to figure out, but I don't know. That just seems like far more.
But it's
equitable
not because the data's there.
Right.
The data is there. It's just it takes somebody going into the API and getting the data. This is something I've been bringing up to SOCAN in Canada for years. Is like, I would rather take a day and do a Google search and have to supply my own radio tracking and my own streaming tracking and whatever, as opposed to them still doing random surveys of college radio every 3 days or 3 days every 4 months. You know, the data is out there. It just takes somebody at the top of all these organizations to leverage the data and the API and send it to the artists and the rights holders instead of the programmers.
These are tech companies. They have that data already.
Have the
Hey
data
guys, this is Adam here. I'd just like to throw in two thoughts around this issue. One is I always thought it'd be interesting if the streaming services had a Patreon-esque component to them. So you pay X dollars per month as a subscriber to that platform, and then you have maybe 2 or maybe 3 featured your favorite artists of the month, and a percentage of what you pay goes directly to those artists in the way a Patreon would. So you can leverage both your individual fan connections and just the overall streaming. Like if someone paid $15 a month and that $5 went to their favorite artist of the month directly and the rest went through the other side of the system. And the second thing to kind of chew on is how blockchain will eventually be involved with this. It's still a little ways off, but tokenizing these platforms has a lot of advantages down the road because it drastically reduces the administrative costs and allows the platform itself to become its own economy. And I think there's a bunch of different companies which are good beta tests for this, but one to look into is called Choon, CHOON. I think it's based in the UK. And they had an interesting model where they released a certain amount of tokens per day. So whoever gets the most of those plays per day, it's broken up into those percentages. And then they have a ceiling on the amount of total tokens that are eventually in the system. So it actually incentivizes people to get on that platform, and the earlier on it and use it, the more of a percentage of the tokens you would receive. And there's a lot of mainstream artists who have also been involved with this, with these kind of platforms. I don't think that particular platform is super sustainable because it's all about you winning that particular platform and then what happens after it hits its peak. But you could just have the same system and not have a ceiling. So I think looking into blockchain and tokenizing and then merging the streaming world and the Patreon models is, for me, those are kind of like two things to think about.
Thank you. I just want to throw in that, sorry for the video there. I think the reason, am I on?
You're on.
You're good.
Yeah, didn't hear it back. I think the reason that things are structured the way they are is because Drake sells more subscriptions than, and we can have suggestions about how they might change their platform, but I don't think they're going to change it unless there's some serious pressure on them. You know, in my interaction with Spotify and Apple, the presentation is always that we really love music and we love these artists and we understand how great it is, but, and then that along wasn't a non-responsive email. And until you pressure them in some way, you know, they just, you know, they're looking for numbers, and they're not really interested in developing the art. They're interested in selling subscriptions.
Yeah, it's business. That's why if we do want a different platform, I think we're gonna have to make it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey everyone, Lewis, did anything ever come out of that dialogue with Audio Mac?
Yeah, I'm gonna put that in the category of we didn't have a lot of time to follow up and get fully set up on that system as of yet. I found that they were pretty heavily centered in hip hop and singles driven, so it didn't fit a lot of the artists on our label, but it's something we'll return to for sure. I have the deal in my inbox, and we did some tests on it to try to get some traction, as what they talked about, getting traction on Audio Mac and getting placement. That it seemed pretty much just like Spotify in a way, that it was like you don't get attention and traction until you have attention and traction. But they certainly seem to be more open to give you more visibility if you did drive some attention to your tracks.
Got you.
How are you, Anu? It's good to see you.
Good too, man. Good to see everyone. Yeah, good to see you too.
I want to.
I mean, that. Sorry to interrupt. That's really kind of nothing new. That's the idea that you need a buzz. For them to pay attention to you. So however you do it.
Well, things are just so heavily skewed at this point. We did hear, and I was on a great live show a couple weeks ago from a guy named Greg Spiro in Los Angeles.
Weirdo.
Panel, and one of the things that came out was public radio, non-commercial radio music market share was up almost 100% since COVID began. So I was pretty encouraged by that number. I don't know what that's going to mean revenue wise, but a big part of this is getting people to listen, and I think that recent events in the world are driving people to pay more attention to what things are of real value. That's what I took away from that conversation. I don't know if you want to comment on that.
Wait, were you talking to me or?
Yeah, Greg,
before me.
You were there.
Yeah, it's encouraging. It's encouraging. I mean, who knows what to think? In one second we're encouraged, and the other second we're devastated, in all of these recent things that have been happening in this catastrophe of a world that we're living in right now. But it does seem that and I've actually seen this for probably, I've been saying this for 10 years, but confident in it for 5 years, is the backlash against homogenized and overproduced music, specifically for pop consumption. The backlash against that is in our favor and is a slowly growing movement. And I think it will continue to grow for some time. I think when people are isolated now in this, like everybody's in their homes and you can't listen to the same shit over and over again. I think finding something that is more human and more deep and more connected, has deeper, is more thoughtful and more touching and less manufactured, like all of our music, all of your artists, Lewis. People are needing and craving that more and more now, and I think they will be for some time before it goes back in the other direction. And you've already seen that. I mean, you've seen jazz artists get to arena level just in recent history, which has been such a crazy phenomenon we hadn't seen in like 30 or 40 years, I think. But that's that. I think that's just the beginning. I think there's a long way up for us.
Beautiful. Well, we're gonna close out, and we're gonna go into this the last part for tonight of our festival, and that'll be Christian Scott interviewing Sarah Charles, and I hope that folks will tune in and listen to that. Does any, let me just open it up in the last couple minutes here. I know a lot of people have listened patiently. Does anybody want to say something to the group? Or?
Hello. Yeah. Let's see. Hi. I just want to say that I'm sure I'm not unique in that a lot of the great artists have other artistic art outlets that they pursue, and now is a good time to really diversify and get into if you're a writer or if you're a painter or whatever it is that you probably do something else, and that would not be unusual. In my 35-40 years in the business, it's never unusual for me to discover that, oh my God, this good drummer or piano player is also a tremendous artist or whatever it is, or is good at trading stocks. I know a particular piano player that comes to mind who did well while he was working at the Four Seasons, 7 nights a week, wondering what the fuck am I doing, and he became a good stock trader during that time. It's a journey, and I don't know about what's going to happen with music. I'll keep it short, sorry, but explore you're an artist. You must do other things, probably.
Great.
That's my.
I think to that point, if I can hop in. Hi everyone, I'm Steph. I go under the artist name Crown. I think that this is a really good moment to find your North Star. If that's something that people are familiar with, it's like, you probably came to music or your instrument or whatever your art form is by a motivation that might not even necessarily be that clear to you anymore because it occurred such a long time ago. So I do think that this is a incredible moment to, reflect, like feel, as overwhelming as it is, feel everything that is happening right now and how that might be able to aid a potential that you have forgotten about or set aside, or different ways to use your voice. I think that leaning into our potential right now, especially when we're so restricted physically for the most part, is definitely a great piece of advice. So I would just echo on that, and I've definitely been enjoying exploring that a lot at this time.
One thing you don't mind me saying something. I talk to a lot of musicians. People call me and email me all the time. I don't know why. Maybe I've been around for a long time. But I think the main conversation that people are coming up with, like, how am I going to make a living in this business coming up in the future? And that is something that people just, they go, try this or try that. But there's no concrete way of discussing anything like that anymore because there are no answers out there. But that's the main topic that I hear from people. Okay? Not about, well, I'm trying to do this, I'm trying to do this. No, what am I going to do next year, man? What am I going to do? I don't have anything this summer. I don't have anybody interested in the fall. What am I going to do? And this isn't from just like some people that got out of college last week. These are from some like seasoned people that have been playing on the road and playing everything for decades. That's the question that needs to really be addressed, is how are we going to get through this thing and maintain the sanity and the talent out there without people just dropping off like flies when they realize that months have gone by and the future doesn't look any. I'm sorry for going to this place, but I deal in reality every day,
That's it. We're going to leave that as the last word. Jason, thank you so much. It is a serious situation.
Yeah.
I want to thank you all so much. We're going to have to jump. We have to get to Christian Scott.
Christian,
we
yes.
are blessed. We are here at Ropeadope, graced with all of your presence and your wonderful art. And I can't express appreciate enough. And hope that we continue to have these and that we continue to solve this problem. All right. Much love.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you, Lewis.
Thanks, Lewis.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Lewis.
Colors of freedom, casting down colors of freedom, all around. Inhale every scent in the energies you find. Let it in. Let it out. Colors of freedom, casting down colors of freedom, all around. Inhale every scent in the energies you find. Let it live. Let it in. Every shine lies in your Let it
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's been a long day. It's been a wonderful day of Ropeadope music at the Ropeadope Music and Arts Festival, day 1. And now we have the great pleasure of welcoming Christian Scott Atunajua and Sarah Elizabeth Charles. Stay tuned, folks. This is going to be a wonderful conversation.
All right. Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Fabian, for everything that you guys have been doing.
Scott, where are you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Christian, we can hear you.
Okay, just making sure. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you guys for all the work that you guys are always doing, constantly doing, and obviously today's events is, just more of that same thread. So thank you guys. Sarah, I wanted to. There's so much I want to talk to you about, and it's difficult for me to express what it is that you mean to this culture of music in this moment. And, I wanted to just take a minute, to kind of talk to you about your process and all of these different things, but also to honor you and to thank you for all the work that you've done over these years. I think a lot of people, they know about your work in terms of the vocal aspect of what it is that you do. But whenever I do interviews, I'm always telling people that the best band leader that I know, the best musician. I know you hate when I say this, but the thing is like having the opportunity to produce records with you and to also see not just your production style, but all of the acumen that you've built, to build the world of music that you've built. That's not easy. That's the sort of thing that requires a ton of sacrifice and real hard work. So, I just want to start by honoring you and saying that you are one of a kind. And in my estimation, the queen of stretch music.
Oh man.
So let's jump in, all right?
Well, I think we're done. I think we can.
That's what I came for.
I'm embarrassed. I'm blushed. I'm blushing. I gotta go.
It's you're just incredible, and having the opportunity to watch you over the years, to lead a band, the things that you intimate about your compositions when you're building them, just workshopping music with you has, really been so much fun for so many years. But I think a lot of times because, when you're singing, just like for my music, if I'm playing the trumpet, people like to focus their energy around that singular thing. Like obviously I'm in here with all these drums, A-Wave drums, all these things. And so when people hear the records, they say, oh, you sound amazing on trumpet. But it's like, well, 90% of that is also me playing the drums and so I think it's important to be clear about that type of investment in your music. And so I thought that would be a good place to start, just to kind of probe you a little bit about your process and why your music is structured the way it is.
Yeah, no, I appreciate all your words so much. And it's been such an honor, like getting to both work with you and getting to know you as a human, your family at this point. And not only like in the stretch music sense, but in like the real like life sense, and that's something that I don't know if either of us could have predicted when we started working together. Gosh, I guess 8 years ago or now. So it's sort of a little, 7, 8 years.
A little beard.
I see that.
37 years in the making.
You and your broski are looking even more alike.
Yeah, hair everywhere.
You and Kyle.
Adult breed.
Yeah, right. Exactly. No, but it's I think that so anyone's creative process is never singular. It doesn't exist in a vacuum. None of our processes exist in a vacuum. And I think specifically in relationship to my work, I can only speak for my own experience. But I think a lot of people could probably relate to this. I know you could relate to this because we've talked about it. It's fueled by a history and so many people that have come before me. And it's also inspired constantly and re-inspired and reinvigorated by all the creative work that's happening around me. So, watching you lead your band has inspired me to lead mine. Watching other humans in my life, creative humans who are existing in their creative environments, either in the music realm or outside of the music realm, and seeing how they exist and how they work, that inspires me. So none of this exists in a vacuum. We're all really consciously or unconsciously informing each other and pushing each other and inspiring each other. Ideally, in the ideal sense. I think that for me, my band has been together, Scope has been together for 10 years. And I think that I can't talk about my creative process without talking about them first. You know, it's hard to imagine, you know, what my creative space would be within the context of my baby. You know, I'm a part of a lot of projects. I'm in like a lot of bands, but my baby is Scope, you know, and that includes a space involving, you know, these humans, you know, Jesse Elder, John Davis, Bernice Earl Travis II, and more recently Jordan Peters. And that environment and those humans in particular really have helped to inspire me to write in a particular way, which, you know, we can get into later or not, you know, but write in a very particular way with very particular people in mind, and also with a very particular artistic space and process in mind too. You know, I tell people that when they come, if they're subbing in my band, or if they're, you know, if John can't make a gig, or Burns can't make a gig, or anybody, Jesse, Jordan, if any of them can't make a gig and somebody is subbing, you know, I always ask them to use the recording as reference, but really to bring their own humanity to it. I'm a songwriter that leaves or tries to leave a lot of space. You know, I'm coming from this lineage of improvisational music, and I really strive to leave as much space as possible for people to be able to bring their individuality and their individual voice to it. So it's funny, you would have to ask all the people that worked with me, and they might they might contradict this, but I think I'm not super precious, you know, about, I want to be present in what's being created. And I was trained within the context of Black American music. And because of that, I want to be able to keep that freshness and to keep that energy, that improvisational and present energy alive as much as humanly possible. And go ahead.
No, I was going to say, you know, one of the things that when I'm with my group and we talk about, you know, I never say I or me, I always say we, right? And, you know, kind of to harken to part of your earlier point, you know, like as an example, when Elena joined the band, when she first entered into the environment, I completely shifted how I was composing that music to fit how she was writing the music, you know? And so it's like, you know, to develop the compositional acumen, there's a requisite of also helping other people tell their story, even within the confines of your story, right?
Absolutely.
And so, you know, when you speak about, you know, it just makes me think a lot when you speak about taking the time to make sure that each one of these band leaders' humanity is present in what it is that you're building. You know, that was for me a paramount lesson, right? Was to realize that my feelings, the things that I wanted to intimate in a given moment, weren't necessarily the appropriate thing to be said, and to give space for other people's perspectives within the confines of what we were doing compositionally. And I've seen you obviously rehearse a myriad of times, you know, producing these records with you. And that's also one of the things that I love so much about your process as well, is how much of a give and take there is. Like, obviously, like, you're going to make the last call because it's your environment, but you're not the type of band leader that is going to deal with the folks that are helping you collectively express what you're going through, to marginalize them in that environment, right? So I think that's really important. You know, you also talked about the root in the scene, and so that was something I was also curious about too, after having the experience where I went to your hometown with you, Springfield, Mass, right? And we hung out there a little bit and did the festival. I remember Yolanda, who was so amazing and everything. But I wanted to talk to you about what it was like growing up in that environment musically, and what parts of the culture you hold on to, and what things were things that you learned later on in New York, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that it's interesting to reflect on this, and also to reflect on like, you can probably relate to this. It's so interesting to me to reflect on where you come from at different points in your life, because you will potentially reflect on it differently. We absorb, you know, we're like, as humans, we're like big sponges, and we absorb all these things as we move through time. And then, you know, when those things kind of start to come out in our personality, in our affect, in our creative space, whatever, in our work, it's really, or just even just like in our spirit. We don't always get to decide that. It's really fascinating to me. Yeah, I was just talking to someone a little earlier, someone who's becoming a friend, and they were asking about where I'm from, and the way I have described it before and described it to them is like, I am from Springfield, Massachusetts, specifically from a neighborhood that was primarily Irish Catholic and Puerto Rican. And my father is Haitian and from Haiti, and my mother is of French Canadian descent. So we were kind of on an island a little bit in terms of, culturally. And, from a young age, I was also one of the only, multiracial kids that I knew that were around, so that was always really interesting in relationship to, and I mentioned that specifically because I think identity as a creative person, as a creative being and an artist, identity is something that we explore, we struggle with. I mean, all humans do, but we're really doing it through our artistic medium. And I've done that my whole life. Again, either consciously or unconsciously, and struggled with it at different points. I'm so proud of where I come from, and I'm so proud of the fact that my parents were able to choose to be together. It was not easy for them to be together. Even though I'm not young, but I'm not old. I'm like in the middle somewhere. Right. And it wasn't something that it wasn't so out of the ordinary to have a multiracial couple, be together and get at the point in time that my parents got together and got married. It was very out of the ordinary in my community that I grew up in, and so that was a big part of what formed me. And I think that what's interesting is that I always felt, as much as I have so much love and support for my community, I always felt like there was some part that existed outside of this physical space that I was in. Like there was some other part of me that needed to exist at some point in time in another physical space. And part of, the way that I explored that journey or found the possibilities around what that realm, what that new physical space could look like was through finding Black American music, was through finding this music and studying it, and having mentors like Montigna Scheider, who's a great jazz vocalist from my hometown, and Vishnu Wood, a bassist originally from New York, but ended up posting up in Amherst. And he was one of my first teachers who really cracked the whip. He would hire us on gigs. I was grateful because I learned, as a person of my age, to have the opportunity to learn on the bandstand is rare, more rare. And I had the opportunity to learn and get really cut down on his bandstand. So I'm really grateful for that. And people like Billy Arnold. And, I remember the Hart School of Music is 20 minutes away from Springfield. Yeah, so J-Mac. Yeah, exactly. J-Mac.
What? I used to go in there all the time. One of the first times I met him, I was maybe 16 years old, and he pulled a knife on me and told me that I better get bebop together. He was going to cut me.
You know what? You have told me that story so many times.
Yeah, well, because, it's important that you speak on what you were saying too, about being on these gigs early and getting cut down, and, not the literal cutting, right. Just to clarify for those, outside of culture, our cultures. Yeah. But my point is the things that you endure and go through in the moments when you're cutting your teeth, and the import of those things. Obviously the question was about the scene growing up and what those dynamics are. And, I think I tell that story really often because a lot of times we have, and it's never meant to diminish the reverence that we should have for Jackie McLean. Obviously, this is one of my elders, a great master of music. But the point that I'm making whenever I tell that story is that this is a person, right? And so the all of these little nuances to his personality, I ended up being able to hear and see their presence in his playing after getting to know him. So those things are really important,
Yeah.
What about the new school?
Well, and I wanted to say one more thing about Hart, because there's, it's interesting because I reap the benefits of Jackie's legacy. I did not study directly with him ever, and I think that what was really interesting to me is I remember as a 12, 13-year-old going to Barry Harris masterclasses and other masterclasses at Hart School of Music, and watching the Curtis brothers up there with him.
Those years.
And and I would get as close as possible, and I would sit cross-legged right in front of the piano and just prop up and just look and listen. And it's interesting because the Curtis brothers, years later, they don't remember this because I was a little one, but years later we would connect in New York, and then that is how we connected via Truth Revolution Records.
Those guys are literally my blood brothers.
Yeah.
I was, you know, not to cut you off, but
no,
you know, I was literally, I talked to Lucas a couple of days ago. It's his son Phineas's birthday. So we were Zooming and talking and everything. We're kind of reminiscing. And, you know, we met when we were like 14 or 15 years old in Havana, Cuba, on the road already, right? So, you know, those guys also just kind of to speak to, you know, J-Mac's legacy as well. But, you know, the work that those guys have done, not just as players and composers and the beautiful contributions they have in that way, but also Truth Revolution Records, right? Like you and I get to know each other from that space musically, because that's my introduction to your work is, you know, my best friends have a record label and they're like, this is it, you know? And so, you know, I think it's, I bet they would remember, firstly, you know, I bet they do remember. I have to ask Zakai too though, but it's crazy how fast time moves, right? Because from our perspective, like I still feel like I'm auditing J-Mac's classes with them when they're 16, 17 years old. Anytime I would go to New York or hang out with my uncle, you know, in Brooklyn, I would always get the train to Connecticut and hang out with these guys. So, you know, that contribution is really incredible. But I don't know, it's I just wish I had been there when you were there, right? When we were all there, so we could have started working earlier. But I guess that's for
you know what though, that wasn't, that's not what the universe had in mind. And who knows, maybe we were there at the same time, and maybe our energies like connected. It's totally possible.
I definitely went to Mr. Harris's master classes, so maybe so. Yeah.
All the time, I would make my mom drive me down. You asked about New School and about New York, and you know this like new space that I was speaking about, you know, where I could like be fully me, you know, fully that, where that part of me like growing up felt like it was, you know, it was dormant for a while, and then it started to like develop as I found this artistic medium, and started like working through it and decided to commit to it as a life path. And once I got to New York, it was kind of like, oh, you know, here I am, you know, here. And I feel like so many people can relate to that. It's like this feeling, and it sounds cliche, but it's like this feeling of like, oh, wow, it happened exactly the way it was supposed to happen. And now there is this like part of me that has come to fruition and can really just like, okay, it's starting now. You know, that's how it felt. It felt like a real commencement. And, you know, New School, I studied, I did a dual major at New School. So I studied jazz vocal performance and sociology and urban studies. It was really crucial to me to just learn more about the environment that we all live in and how we relate to each other. And, you know, especially growing up, I think part of that was informed by growing up as a multiracial woman of color. I think that I just wanted to know more about the world and why we relate to each other the way that we do, and why we don't relate to each other in the ways that we don't. And really like researching that within the context of urban environments was huge. Really researching that in relationship to theoretical concepts, like from people like Pierre Bourdieu and et cetera, you know, theorists, was like huge for me. And just as a human, and it really informed my creative space as well. I think so. There was one article, one of my first interviews that I did, I think was for All About Jazz. Oh, I have to double check, but it was entitled, oh no.
Shout out All About Jazz.
No, but shout out All About Jazz, but I'm actually lying. It's not All About Jazz. It was Revive. It was Revive Music.
Oh, shout out Revive. Obviously.
Yes, big shout out Revive. And
hey.
It was, Megan, the article was called The Sociology of Songwriting. And we really,
perfect.
Right. Well, it was perfect, but we really got into it. It was a little too up there. I was in the midst of my studies.
You're like, this is going to be my informal dissertation.
Right. I mean, I was an undergrad. I didn't know shit. But anyway, so it was, you know, it was really, there was like a birthing that happened when I moved to New York, you know, and you know, working with people, I immediately like started studying with Richard Harper, who, if you don't know who that is, you know, he is a multi-instrumentalist, a vocalist, a pianist, a trombonist, and a phenomenal lifelong educator. And he is one of the biggest reasons why I went to New School in the first place. And then I also got to be connected with people like Cecil Bridgewater, who I studied with privately, and Reggie Workman, and George Cables, who I was able to study with privately. And
did you ever go to the workshop?
Wait, which workshop?
Mr. Workman's workshop?
No.
Okay, well, yeah, when I first started hanging around New York, you know, 2001, 2002, we would go and hit with him. sound terrible. And, you know, the other bass players will be around from time to time. I'll never forget one time we were there, Bill Lee, Spike Lee's father, who was also an amazing bassist and composer. You know, he did like hold on a second. No, Again Never, I think, is the name of the ballad from Mo Better Blues. He composed Killer. But at that time, I was living in Brooklyn at Doug's place, at my uncle's place, and we would rehearse in Mr. Lee's basement. He would bring these tunes down. And every now and again, you know, we would be headed to the workshop. He'd be like, okay, I'm gonna come and check it out. But for some reason, I always do this thing where I put you at my age. Well, which year are you born? You know,
well, we don't have to go into that, but you could do the math. So I wasn't in New York until 2007.
Okay, all right. I got
so
there
that's
in 03.
Right.
Okay, so I'm there in 03.
All right, don't do
got to New York in 01.
Let's keep talking. Let's keep
You're
talking.
like, all right, Christian.
No, but it's, you know, all the people I mentioned, I'm missing people, you know, Jane Ira Bloom, studying with Jane, studying with Janet Lawson, you know, the new school really kind of like, and it's interesting. The new school really opened up my world, and also learning that part of going to school in New York, and this is important, I think, for the students who are watching, which is why I want to make sure to say it, you know, part of going to school in New York is not going to school in New York. And what I mean by that,
that's not the school.
No, like you have the opportunity when you're in New York to utilize the entire city as your campus and as your platform. And so very early on, I was connected with, via a mentor back home, a trumpet player named Hanif Nelson, with Brandy Younger. Okay. And he thought, you know, Brandy could be a mentor. You know, Brandy's a couple of years older than I am, you know, not, he's like, she could be a mentor. And we had brunch one day and then immediately like became best friends. And I learned so much from that woman. From that human, from that musician. She is such a force, and she, you know, she would take me out. We were trouble, but it was good, you know, good trouble, because I learned, you know, hanging out at the old Zinc bar and going to her gigs and watching her work, and her like hiring little old me on her gigs, you know, when I was a freshman. I was 18, you know, and she's like, okay, yeah, come, you know, come sit in with me, come be here. And then later on, meeting all of these other musicians on the scene via her, and within the context of her environment, you know, she really opened up my eyes to what it means not only to be an artist in this world, but also what it means to navigate as a woman, and specifically also a woman of color in this environment, in the jazz world. It's real.
Let's talk about that. You know, I wanted to speak with you a little bit about jazz and gender, because obviously I know that's something that's important to us at this moment. You know, where we're reevaluating what is already transpired, trying to figure out the best way to approach moving forward, you know. And, you know, you've been leading that charge, as far as I can tell, for almost a damn decade. So, you know, and not just in terms of your work, in terms of the linear musical sense as a band leader, but also in terms of the work that you do with, you know, all these different organizations, obviously Carnegie Hall being one. So you want to speak a little bit about that, and, you know, and what that process has been like, and how it's maybe evolved over time, how it's different now than it maybe was in 2010?
Absolutely. I think, you know, it's interesting that you say that, you know, it's been 10 years. I guess like just existing as a person who identifies as female within the context of this music is championing the cause in and of itself, you know, without even having to open your mouth. And, you know, my process of becoming more actively involved started about 4 years ago, when the new dean at the new school, Kelly Croker, approached me about teaching a course at the new school. I had been teaching privately a little bit already, but I hadn't been teaching any courses. And, you know, I decided that course would be called Jazz and Gender, because I was really interested. You know, I wasn't interested in teaching a women in jazz course. I was interested in really being able to apply some of these theoretical concepts that I had learned about in my undergrad and after the fact, specifically in relationship to the role that gender has played in cultivating the culture around this art form, and the absence of so many people from the historical narrative, simply as a result of their gender identity or sexual orientation, which is also why I wanted to broaden the scope, because it's not just about women in this music. It's about a particular narrative around gender identity, around the necessary gender identity that supposedly exists in order to play this music and play this music well, which is a fallacy. It's not real. You know, blindfold tests will tell you that all the time. Try them out. But you know, it's interesting because the progression of the class, the class first started, the first semester was at the very beginning of like not the beginning of the Me Too movement, the beginning of the mainstream version of the Me Too movement, because the Me Too movement, as we know, with Tarana Burke, has been around for many more years than we've been aware of it, than I've been aware of it personally. And it coincided with the beginning of that. And it's been interesting each semester to see the evolution of the class. There were a lot of necessary and difficult conversations that needed to happen that first semester, and contextualization too in relationship to history, in relationship to the civil rights movement, in relationship to just being able to really create a framework and have language that we can discuss these issues and these feelings around. Because otherwise it's just like emotions. But can we like ground these emotions in like actual historical events and theoretical reasoning? And how can that potentially help arm us to shift things moving forward? And I'm, right now I'm speaking about this course, but this is also very relevant to the moment right now. So just want to point.
Listen, please break it down.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because the progression of the course has come to a place. We just wrapped up. Caroline Davis and I now co-teach that class together, and she has been an indispensable asset to this curriculum. She's really helped me amp it up, and it's been huge because we both tour too, so it's been huge to be able to support each other in terms of just being able to be there and really lead the course. But this past semester, people really want to just know about the music, and the anger, the emotions were more so coming from a space of people asking why they didn't know about these musicians. Why didn't I know about Melba Liston? Why didn't I know about Mary Lou Williams? Why didn't I know about Hazel Scott, not only as a musician but also as an activist? Why didn't I know about all of these artists? Why didn't I know about Alice Coltrane? Or why did I believe the narrative that Alice's artistry came from John? Why did I
just, really telling?
Yeah, and that you see that that happens all the time, not only within the context of the jazz tradition or Black American music, but also we live in a patriarchal society. I circle back to like this is not this doesn't exist in a vacuum.
Like there has to be this male pillar for this to exist. I understand. Listen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So no.
No, because it's important. It's important.
Yeah.
It's a forum for you to because it's like your way of really clearly laying out all of these things for people in a way that's succinct, very clear. These are impediments that we all go through in this time, and that it's incumbent on everyone to dismantle this stuff. Mm-hmm. So, a lot of times when I'm interacting with other musicians, creative improvisers and whatnot, they have very linear and limited things to say, about certain aspects of our culture, right? And most of that stuff isn't actually informed by anything musical. It's usually informed by, some, I don't want to conjecture. But my point is having this opportunity to sort of clear the slate and be clear about those impediments, be clear about why certain people are being left out of certain narratives, right? Because, that through line exists in pretty much every space where women are contributing, right? Obviously, when we get down to talking to, the intercultural, like, yes, marginalized groups exist, and we know that these impediments exist. But the issue is that having the opportunity to be clear about why those things exist, the actual history of their existence and how they've updated themselves so that those things continue to exist is really important. So I don't want to take up the clock. I want to hear you.
No, I think it's important though, because there's nuance here. It's not black and white, and that's a word that over the past week and a half I've been thinking about so much, two words actually, ego and nuance. Those are like the words that have been really echoing for me a lot. And I'll speak to the nuance one first, and then maybe we could get to the ego after. But it's really fascinating to me that like somebody like Mary Lou Williams, for instance, she is one of the musicians who has contributed immensely. Dizzy Gillespie wouldn't have been Dizzy Gillespie without Mary Lou Williams. So she's one person who has contributed immensely, and eventually, or at some point, some historian decided like, okay, we could give it to her. We can invite her into the narrative. So she started getting written into all of these history books. But it was almost like a tokenism. You know, there was like okay, we're gonna give one, you know, one musician who happens to identify as female, you know, a space within the context of this history.
It still happens today, by the way, folks.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to read a really pretty comprehensive like history that chronicles the contributions of musicians in this music that happen to be women. And by the way, I'm saying that very specifically and very much on purpose. The contributions of musicians that happen to be women, or that happen to identify as female, or that happen to identify as something other than cis male. I'm saying that for a reason, because we never say male musician.
Right.
You know, that's
I understand. You know,
yeah, I know you do. But,
no, but for the students that are auditing this class, it's really important to pay attention to how she's framing this, right? Because this is also a moment where you are also arming yourself with the knowledge that she's giving in this moment, but also her approach to disseminating that knowledge in moments where it may not be welcome. So. Please.
Right. Well, because language matters. How we say things matter just as much as what we say. I'm a firm believer in communication, and that's why I think where the ego thing comes into it. You know, humility and communication. You know, none of us know everything. All of us are learning constantly, or hopefully we are, and shifting, and like willing to shift and willing to grow. You know, the person that's immovable, you know, I'm not interested in having a conversation with that person, and I'm not interested in being that person either.
Doesn't bend breaks.
Right. Exactly. And I have to check myself sometimes, because I can get really passionate and really fired up, and find myself being less mobile. But the book I was going to plug was Stormy Weather by Linda Dahl, which is one of our required readings for the class, and something that's just like so super comprehensive. It just, you know, the argument that people say like, oh, well, there just weren't as many women. That's why, you know, that's just not a valid argument, and it's just not factual. So if you're into like, if you are a liberal minded human, or if you are someone who trends toward that space, I would even argue, if you are a jazz musician, I don't normally make statements like this, but I'm about to do it. If you are a jazz musician, or somebody who has existed within Black American music or jazz idiom, and you say that women have not been a part of this lineage, I'm sorry, but you're just not a proper part. You're not a part of this then.
Well, yeah, you're also clear. If what that makes clear is that you also have no idea about the actual history of this music.
Yeah.
Right. It's like, to me, like I always liken that to kind of like the energy whenever I have these conversations with students, right? You know, like the energy that exists around theology and like the Abrahamic religions in the West, how there's not really any room for feminine energy in that space, right? And so there's just this accepted value that, well, no, this is male, which is like, well, no, what you're experiencing in this reality is not just that. So how could the music be just that, right? But again, a huge component to that is also the picking, right? You know, like what you mentioned earlier, where it's like we find one singular person in a moment and decide that we're going to anoint that person and make them representative of a horde of contributors, right? So no, that's really important to frame it in that way. All right. So obviously, you know, I don't do this much, so I got my little notes here. There's some things that I kind of want to jump in, make sure we get to. Before we actually jump off, you know, you mentioned the word jazz. I know that also you're a person that uses the term Black American music, and obviously we refer to some of the music that we create as stretch music, obviously your band scope, all these things. Can you talk a little bit about what is problematic in some of that terminology for you, and what is not, how your feelings about it? Because obviously, you know, you and I have had these conversations before. You know, usually when I'm speaking about it, I always kind of start with the fact that, like, from my experience growing up in the Ninth Ward in New Orleans, like jazz was a word I couldn't use that word from my grandmother or great grandmother because of what it meant in the space where it actually came from. But everyone's proximity to it and experience with it is different. So, you know, I'd like to, you know, give you the forum to kind of talk a little bit about your relationship to those words and those descriptors or non-descriptors in describing our music.
Yeah. You know, it's funny because I grew up like using that word and never knowing the history behind it. You know, I think that individuals that I came into contact with, like yourself, like Nicholas Payton, you know, people who really hipped me to this history that, you know, being a multiracial girl that grew up in Springfield, Massachusetts, I was not hip to. You know, I wasn't.
Can I get some context really quickly though? You mentioned Nicholas Payton.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, you know, like Nicholas to me he's obviously one of my predecessors, but we both studied with a guy named Clyde Kerr Jr., who's kind of like for New Orleanian music from the 60s until, you know, maybe the early 90s, you know, mid 90s maybe. It's kind of like Master Yoda for creative improvised music in New Orleans, right?
Yeah.
And so he and I both were Mr. Kerr's only apprentices. So there's a lot of synergy between a lot of the things, not just playing wise, but also the things that we intimate, because we're essentially coming out of the same dojo or stadium.
Yeah.
But continue. Sorry.
No, it points to what I was mentioning before too, though, about like the importance of language and also specificity and saying what you mean, and also saying what's actually accurate. And for me, you know, my own personal experience in relationship to the word has been fascinating because specifically as I've as I've taken the route of writing my own music, of producing my own music, releasing my own music, as opposed to, you know, my first record was not a standards record. Right. I didn't choose to go in that direction. And I wasn't being pulled in that direction. You know, I really wanted to cultivate my space as a songwriter. And I had come up and learned about music, all elements of music, via the jazz tradition, via Black American music. And so, you know, that's in my music. But what's really been interesting to me over the past 10 years of my band, you know, existing and releasing 3 records, and me being a part of a bunch of other bands is listening to and looking at media outlets, various media outlets, some of which and some of whom, and also knowing behind the scenes and hearing behind the scenes, you know, from people who are like, well, you're not really a jazz vocalist though.
Right.
Like,
I know. Right,
yeah. And sure. It's really interesting to me because I'm like, oh, wow, okay, your opinion, you know, cool. Everybody's entitled, you know, to their own opinion. But the box that word started to exist in for me, just didn't encompass what I was doing. And not only that, but I was being told that I wasn't necessarily part of it. So it's really interesting because, you know, that can color a person's experience and identity in like a really real way. Do I consider myself to be, in my music, to be a part of the Black American music tradition and coming from the tradition that has been called jazz? Absolutely. Do I consider myself to be an improvisational vocalist and someone who exists in that space? Absolutely. But that's, and ultimately that's all that matters. You know, how I feel about myself. It doesn't, you know, the critics and whoever else has their opinions, they're entitled to their opinions.
Yeah, but also like they, you know, I think what's very difficult in the larger environment is existing in a space where people that are on the fringes of a culture prefer to actually define and codify what the culture is without actually having an actual proximity to it, right? You understand what I mean when I say that?
Yeah.
So it's like that's our experiences. There's some synergy between those things. Some things are a little bit different. For instance, like when I made my first couple of records, obviously those were kind of deeply like sort of new fusionist approaches to playing, but I was coming out of a space where, you know, when I was a little boy, you couldn't play Donna Lee unless you knew the Tiger Leaf rag, right? And so there was a process to that. So there were a lot of people that were really angry when I decided as a young person to introduce myself through my original compositions, because that hadn't really been done at that time. Like in that moment, maybe the 20 years leading up to that, most creative improvisers introduced themselves in a way that showed that they, you know, played the sort of standard fare, as a lack of a better way of putting that, and then expanded on what it was that they wanted to contribute, you know? And so there was a lot of back and forth and sort of infighting because of the choice to do that, even though anyone that was referencing or looking at my pedigree and experiences growing up knew that actually I'm a traditionalist because of all of these checks having to be there for me to even be eligible to speak. But even in a moment like that, still having to endure people from the outside of the space, deciding that they were going to define what it was that we were doing, you know? And so, you know, talk about how difficult that can be when you're just trying to create what you're trying to create. And now it ends up having to be culture wars when you're just creating what you're creating.
Right. Yeah. Thank you for sharing all that. I think that it's really important to remember, and I guess I'm not only speaking to like the young artists who might be watching, but I'm speaking to all of us. When we start trying to comment on each other's creative space and creative output, when we start trying to like tear each other down or, make little jabs or, again, I circle back to that word ego, it's just not helpful, and it's interesting because it's not that we all don't do it. We're human beings. Like we have thoughts about each other. We all show up to situations with our own bias. Like that is inherent, to all of us. And I think in so many ways, it's just really, really hurting our creative space because I do believe that I was at risk for maybe not creating the things that I decided to then create and double down and create. I questioned it made me question what I was doing, I was young, I was 23, 24 years old. And, it doesn't feel like it was so long ago, but I do feel like I'm a very,
different person now.
I was going to say different person. I'm the same person, but I'm just evolved in my own energy and spirit. And I'm grateful that didn't tear me down or that didn't not even tear me down, but make me go in a different direction. I chose,
react to that, that can inspire paralysis in musicians.
Yeah.
And I've seen that happen over and over, the types of things that are intimated in some of these spaces about what you should and should not be doing, right?
Yep.
And, to be honest with you, I always found it particularly interesting that in a lot of these spaces, we weaponize a word like jazz and use it as a means to literally discredit and devalue people when it's like even the seed of whatever that energy is. Like a lot of people have arguments about that word, all of the different contexts that it is existed in, but essentially being a pejorative and belittling term. And then it being a term of reverence in some spaces. So depending on where you are and how you approach it, that it's very difficult to navigate those waters if you're not armed and ready to deal with that. And so, right. Part of the reason I'm probing you on that is because I know that there are younger people that are watching this that are also deciding and trying to figure out what it is that they're doing, how to label what they're doing, which is obviously always going to be kind of nebulous, figuring out whatever that is in a moment where the things that you're doing are built off of the contributions of so many people,
Yeah.
So yeah. All right.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, knowing that tradition and studying, we have to study. We can't build a house on toothpicks. That's just not going to work. So that's essential. Oh man, things are going. There's so much still to talk about.
I know. I'm looking at the clock too. Okay. No, but it's like, the word to me, there is, when I'm growing up, depending on where you are, someone says that word and it's literally the most foul word you can use, right? Like not just a curse word, like it actually has that kind of energy in it. So different people have different relationships to it, I don't have an issue with people using it as maybe one descriptor dealing with what it is that we are contributing. Like obviously we're improvisers, but like when I was small, the teachers, the guys, people like Danny Barker, and I mentioned Clyde Kirk Jr., Kid Jordan, Alvin Baptiste, these sort of characters that were in my environment. Doc Cheatham was around. I got one of my first mouthpieces from him. And those guys would always say that that jazz was blues that learned to speak all languages, right? And I always held on to that. And I'm not saying that that's a definition for this culture of music. It's not. But the point that I'm making is that what I took from that moment was the fact that in order to do this, you have to be willing to actually see. You have to be willing to actually listen and hear. And you talked about how we relate to each other. That was the aspect of it that I decided to invest in. I think for you as well. But okay, so let's move on because obviously we can stay on that forever. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your collaborations. In the short term, obviously you've worked with Julio. Obviously, you've been working with Jesse Fisher. We got some fire coming. yeah, I don't know. Should we tell them? Should we not? But can you talk a little bit about, what you've been working on in the last 18 months in terms of collaborations? And then after that, we'll talk about our music, your projects, the label.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody today who was involved with some of the work that I do at Carnegie Hall, specifically the project that I work with at Sing Sing Correctional Facility. And we were talking about like the creative space in this moment. And he's like, man, like, are you writing? Like, what are you doing? And right now, are you finding that you're able to write or even make music, like specifically in this moment, not only over the past 3 months, but specifically within the context of the past week and a half, with everything that's been going on after the murder of Breonna Taylor and George Floyd and many others, in this sort of resurgence, this energy that's been like fused into this movement that has needed to get fueled for a very long time. It's not that I'm not grateful, but that there's that it's happening now. But it's great that it's happening now, and it should have been happening a long time ago, in my opinion. Absolutely. But we were talking about that space, and what's been really interesting to me is my response to him was that it's been really hard for me to I haven't been writing very much, and I haven't necessarily been even making music very much over the past week or so, and I haven't felt compelled to. I'm finishing some records up. I've got some new stuff, with you. I got stuff to do, and it's been hard to do it. I know, I'm sorry. But it's been really hard. And one thing that I'm realizing is that between, the projects with Ajoyo, the work that I've done with you, the work with Jesse Fisher, the collaboration with my partner, Jarrett Turner, my work with my band Scope, one thing I said to this person was that, so much of the music's been written, not only by me, not only by us within the context of our collaborations, but within the context of history. Like the other day, I had a class with teenagers, a songwriting class with teenagers through Carnegie Hall, and we play something at the top of class for them to kind of like welcome them to the Zoom space, because the remote space is weird, and you got to like somehow be able to connect. Yeah, exactly, get some energy going, like some real energy going. And so I played. Right. Right. I played the video of Freedom Day for performance by the song by Max Roach and Abby Lincoln, and a performance of that off their album We Insist for the students. And they had never, most of them had never seen that before. I don't think any of them had seen that before. But where our conversation was, I know you asked me about collaborations, but what I find so interesting is that, the music has been created. The music for this movement has been created, not only by us, but by so many people before us. So we're talking about this word, we're talking about the language around it, we're talking about the tradition of it. And it's always been a music. Black American music has always been a music that speaks to the Black American experience. And what I find like really remarkable and really heartening in this moment is that, like, actually, the collaborations that I've been in the studio for 2.5 years, basically. I've been touring a little bit, but I've been really just recording, and it's been a real sanctuary. And I didn't even realize what the purpose of that time was until now. Because now I have all of this music that we're still continuing to refine, and that I get to react to and shape and mold in this real time, in this real moment, and make, it's not always about producing, sometimes it's about reflecting, and like, for me, and circling back.
That's a big one.
It's not always about, just like it's not always about reacting. Sometimes it's about reflecting. You can really like fill in that blank with a lot of different things. And I think, for me, that's a huge thing to remember right now. Like if I don't center myself or ground myself in that, then any way that I'm potentially going to contribute to this moment, whether it be via music, whether it be making sure that I have my absentee ballot so that I can vote in the elections later this month, whether it be donating to bail funds, signing petitions, sending letters to my elected officials, researching more, getting armed with more knowledge, all of that's useless if I'm not also self-reflective. And so, it's not that I pause or don't do the things. I can do the things and be self-reflective. I can, do we could juggle, we could do two things at once, but I think it's important to pair to pair those. And so within the context of the collaborations that I'm working on, I'm taking a lot of time to like take a step back and make sure that what I thought I wanted to say is what I actually want to say. Yeah, exactly. And
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I'll stop. I'll pause there for a second because
no, I completely understand the import of that in this moment. You know, it's it's when I think about, you know, everyone has different processes. You know, processing, and you know, for me in a moment like this, it's hard for me not to, you know, it's like I literally wake up every day and start composing or putting things together. But I think that's also a byproduct of using the music in some ways, as not just cathartically, but also as a means of disengaging from the bombardment, right? I can't hear you.
Oh no, I'm here. I'm just muted.
Okay,
I said absolutely.
Okay. Like, you know, but you know, just also trying to figure out how to manage that in the best way possible, because a lot of what we don't talk about is, you know, this music, most of the people that make this music also, they're deeply, deeply emotional beings, right? And you know, when you have, you know, I saw that Jason Miles was on earlier when they were kind of speaking a little bit and talking about some of the impediments that will exist when we come out of this moment. But, you know, specifically in this time period, if you take a person, you know, like for our band, we might be out 270 days a year, most for the last 16, 17 years, like that much playing. And then you essentially confine them to being at home. And then these things are happening around them, right? So, you know, finding the ways to try and get whatever that energy is out, but also being clear about the fact that it's time to focus and tailor and make sure that those compositions and that those arguments are faceted in the right way so that they actually compel as much as you want them to, you know? And so I think that's really a big component to this as well, you know? Yeah, you know, what you're speaking to is
it's
really
also
knowing for yourself, you know?
Yeah, well, and it's also valid. Like we all have like different ways that we're reacting to this moment, and like just remembering that, like, you know, I have to remind myself that like it's all valid. You know, if one day I wake up and I'm energized and I'm putting some work in and I'm like, which I'm really hoping happens super soon because that has not happened for the past week, but that's okay. I know. It's like I'm admitting to like my teacher, I have not done the assignment.
Right. No, it's so much music.
No, but it's
70 songs and we can try to mock you. Like, dude, just send me what you want to do. Sorry.
No, it's whether you wake up and you feel super energized and like you're ready to go, or you wake up and you're like, man, like all I could do today is like is go to a march, go to a protest, you know, and just like move my body and say these words that I believe, you know, or all I can do today is research, or all I can do today is like sleep, you know, that like it's all valid. Like it's crazy. And I have to remind myself of that constantly because there's this like consistent inundation of information coming at me that I should be doing and should be behaving and should be acting and participating in a particular way. And that's, you know, that's also, I think that this moment is so unique. The coincidence of these events have never happened in our lifetime. And arguably in the lifetime of human beings, because we didn't have the internet. You know, when anything that's even come close to this has happened, you know, we weren't living it on social media. Social media did not exist. And so I feel like that space also creates both opportunity and makes it a little bit dangerous in terms of us being true to ourselves as artists in this moment, and making sure that we're taking the time and creating things that feel honest, as opposed to creating things that feel necessary or like an expectation of the space of us, you know. And the same thing goes for participation, you know. You know, it's not just about making a post, it's about like it's action, you know. And that's if not, this moment is telling us anything right now, it's how important that is,
you know. And it's, you know, just to piggyback off what you're saying a little bit, but also to be clear about something that I've experienced in the last couple of weeks too, you know. I think it's very difficult in this moment, you know, what people are going through, but when we speak about also allies and these sort of ideas swimming around what's going on in this moment, I think it's also particularly important to take the time to ground yourself in what it is that you really want to communicate after reevaluating where you sit, right? And I think a big part of what you're intimating is really important, which is that you have to take the time to be mindful about how you're reacting, what you're reacting to, because that bombardment is really real. And to be honest with you, depending on how you react to that, people can also smell blood in the water, right? So it's like, yeah, this might be disingenuous for this person at this moment to speak about this thing and this impediment when this person has never offered anything in that space, Right. So and which let me be clear, this is a moment where all people have to actually take the time to reevaluate what they think and what they've been conditioned to believe about all of the above mentioned dynamics that are at play in this moment.
Right.
But feeling the necessity to do things that are not natural for you, that's not something that I would superimpose onto anyone, right? Because then the work doesn't really get done, right? So even if the work that needs to be done is interpersonal work, which is really important, right? Then take the time to do that, But it's this moment is really unique in that we have the ability to disseminate how we feel and our interpretations of the things that we're opining in the moment. But we can literally rewind the clock back 100 years to what was going on in terms of pandemic at that moment. Race riots, obviously the Black Wall Street, Tulsa massacre and all these things. So, I was having this conversation with some musicians of mine, friends of mine who remain nameless in this moment. But, they were talking about how difficult it is. It can be from a person that, linearly reads as outside of our cultural space, for lack of a better way of putting that, to feel comfortable speaking in this moment and, choosing this and, talking about their uncomfortability and all of these things. And the point that I was trying to get across to them in that moment is like, yeah, this is a very unique moment in that technology has allowed us to be able to communicate faster. But at the end of the day, the cost for a person walking around in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921 and the cost for a person walking around in Ferguson or Houston, Texas, or Philadelphia or New York or any of these things, that what it could cost you is exactly the same. So, people are also not interested in having arguments about your comfortability in a space where they're living in an uncomfortable space. So we have to be clear about that as well. But this is a time where everyone has to move, but also has to center that and what they need to root it in for themselves,
Right.
But don't do nothing, right? Because that is the most dangerous component of this, right? Like I have friends that, this week just on my phone now, it's probably in the last 4 or 5 days, maybe 70 text messages from people kind of, trying to figure out what to do or how to react and all these things in this moment. And that's a beautiful thing. But my response more often than not is that, like, well, you have to ground whatever that reaction is going to be in two things. The first thing is that these impediments have existed this entire time, and now you are becoming conscious and aware of those things, which is a beautiful thing. It's not a negative, right? And to ground yourself in whatever that energy is, but to also be steadfast and take agency and actually taking actionable steps to dismantle what is happening in this moment. Right. It's not my place to tell you how to, when to, or any of these things. But I think it's fair for us to finally reach consensus about the fact that people that are enduring these realities are not sensationalists. There's a record of all of these things happening from the moment, arguably 500 years ago, where these cultures started to actually intermingle and mix with each other. So now is the time. It doesn't mean that, I'm going to say you should do this or you shouldn't do that. But if you're not going to do anything, you have to understand that you are contributing to this thing the way that it is. And it's not, at some point, if it doesn't change, there will be a fire. the fire. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. And the last thing I'll say, I know we're over time, but like, is the idea of sustainability. You know, I don't really believe that things happen, you know, by accident in my, you know, in my spiritual space. That's just not something that I believe. And I think that and I'm saying that specifically because I'm not trying to impose that on anybody else, but I think that the uniqueness of this moment has allowed for people who ordinarily or who in the past have not been engaged in this conversation to be engaged in this conversation, to become engaged, to become activated in certain ways. You know, people aren't working, so they can participate in a 3 p.m. protest in the middle of the week. You know, it's and the sustainability
a
of
big
it.
part of that is also you have to check yourself as well to really take the time to process. Like, are you fucking with these arguments because it's you're running scared, or do you really care? Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's very important.
And that's part of the pause, that pause moment that we're alluding to. Like, what does it actually feel natural? I love what you said about what does it feel natural for you, or what way feels the most natural for you to engage in this conversation, and really taking the time to ask yourself that, because if it doesn't feel true, then it's not sustainable. If it feels like something that it's like something to do, or something that if you don't do, you will be seen as this, you know, then right. That's definitely a fear, and I think something to be talking about right now, because what does happen, you know, when we are able to move through this moment and go back to more of a semblance of what existence was prior to this pandemic. You know, what is going to happen to this movement? What is going to happen to these conversations? And it has to be sustainable, you know, and I think that it has the potential to be, but we got to be thinking there as well, just as individuals too. Absolutely, yeah. It's
bowing to you.
No, bowing to you. I've learned so much.
Bowing to you.
No. Yeah.
Nope, bowing to you always.
This was fun. We should do this, Louis Fabian. We should do this all the time.
Yeah, man, this is killer.
You
know, I'm always in that space where it's like I'm just in the dojo, so I just stay away from, you know. But this has been really fun, Louis. Fabian, thank you guys for including us.
Seriously.
And we're bowing to both of you. Yeah,
so
thank
much
you.
love to you guys.
Wisdom and frank conversations. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you for being here. I hope we see each other sooner rather than later.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We were together before everything. Yeah, we were together right before it all broke up.
Yep. You're pretty much the last person I hung out with.
That's right.
That's right. Folks.
Yeah. I feel blessed. Let's put it that way.
It's mutual.
All right.
Thank you guys so much.
So much love to you guys.
So what's next, Louis?
So what's next?
Yeah.
You mean today or tomorrow or forever?
Just in
general. So we're going to close out this day one of the festival. I'll take it in chronological order. Tomorrow we have another 4 to 5 hours of programming. We got Yaz Ahmed joining us from across the pond, and Johanna Bernhardt. There's a panel discussion tomorrow at noon or 2. I don't have the schedule in front of me, on improvisation and spoken word in music. That's where I'm going. After that, I might even take a day off, Christian.
Oh, listen,
I'm thinking about it.
I'll believe it. I'll believe it when I see it.
We don't, you know.
That's what my wife said. She just thought that was the funniest thing ever.
I want a picture of you taking it easy.
I don't see it happening, but if it does, I hope it does.
I'll go a little further on that, and just, you know, bouncing off some of the things that you've said. You know, what's next, where my eyes are on what happens when the protests are over, when everyone's home, and we all think that we've achieved something, and we forget to pay attention to those people who will never accept this and will continually push to return to what they believe is the right order of things because they're whatever they are. And so for me, it's like, what are the long-term solutions? The long-term solution in the music business, the long-term solution in society. So that's what's next for me, is thinking about what's a long-term sustainable, equitable situation for musicians, and what things can we do to make sure that we have sustainable change, long-term change for Black people in America. And I mean, that's absurd for me to think that I would have anything to offer for that, but I'm gonna do it anyway.
Right.
Gonna think about it.
That's all of our work, in this moment with what's going on. But this is, you really are a beautiful cat, and oftentimes, we have our own personal conversations about what we can do, to try and push, that boulder up the hill. But I think it's really important to make sure that in this moment, before we're all breaking too, just to be clear about the fact that everyone that is engaged with this, moment that's on this, I don't know what you would call this, social media, Zoomy environment that we have going on right now, for them to take the moment to appraise their feelings and thoughts, to appraise their conditioning, and to reevaluate all of those things. Because, I appreciate so much what it is that you've intimated to me over the years, and also the environment that you've cultivated and built that allows people to be able to step into it and to project those types of ideas and energies without being condemned from the business interest, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Yeah.
So I commend you for what it is that you're doing, and everyone that is watching this at home, please take that time to appraise and reevaluate, and then take some agency in changing these impediments for all of us.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Again, thank you both. I appreciate you. We will do this. All right.
Thank you so much.
All right,
again.
guys. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right. Be well.
Thanks, brother. Peace.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that was a day. That was some fun, Mr. Brown.
It was great.
Yeah. So thank you for any of you who are still watching. We appreciate you. We heard a lot today from a lot of great musicians. The last thing you heard was Alexander Flood from Australia, a protege, if you will. Christian Scott Atunde Ajwa has brought his record to Stretch Music, and that is coming out in June. Really interesting rhythmic technique that continues to be explored. And of course, Sarah Charles' record was out on Stretch Music as well, and that was mind-boggling. I urge you to rewind that, play it back, rewind it. See how old I am? Mr. Fabian Brown, day one of the Ropeadope Music and Arts Festival is finished. We had a lot of great conversation. We managed to keep some positive energy
Yes.
throughout some very heavy discussion. thank you for continued communication and positive energy as well. Day 2?
Day 2.
Tomorrow. What are we looking at?
Tomorrow, day 2 begins at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, Eastern
I
Standard.
might start it a little early with some interesting snippets, just in case you want to know. Don't sleep. But we're going across the pond. We're going to see Yaz Ahmed, Johanna Bernhardt.
Yes.
Noel Langley will be in the room. Then we have a discussion of improvisation and spoken word in music. Lisa Marie Simmons will join us from Lake Garda, Italy. We have Bright Dog Red coming in.
Wow.
We have Heroes Are Gang Leaders, James Brandon Lewis. And plenty more. And another big Ropeadope hang. And I hope 40 or 50 people show up again like did today. That was an absolute blast. It
was the second best part of the day.
Come and join us, experience the community that we experience, and we're all going to be okay. Thank you all for tuning in, and sign it off.
Cheers.
COVID fist